before that, wait a minute, before we do that, I thank colleagues for that little reminder. Before that happens, the honourable member, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Edmonton South will now begin the national anthem.
Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let's be open. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the government managed quite an exploit with Bill C-71 on gun control. They managed to disappoint quite fairly both those who want to restrict access and those who want to make it easier by trying to play both sides for electoral gain. The government has avoided the fundamental question, what is gun control for? It's to avoid dangerous weapons being in circulation, and yet not a word about assault rifles, such as the one used on January 29, 2017 at the mosque in Quebec City. Now, not a word about weapons in the hands of those with serious mental illnesses. And none of the essential dialogue with the provinces. The government is between a rock and a hard place. No surprise if it gets squished.
Honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, last week we heard over and over again disconcerting things from Conservative political leaders across the country, denying the facts and ignoring the real barriers faced by women in politics. Our government understands that women in politics face sexism, harassment, and other systemic barriers, and we're working to eliminate these factors. C'est pourquoi nous travaillons avec des...
This is why we're working with organizations such as Equal Voice and the Canadian Federation of Municipalities in order to understand why there are fewer men than women in certain positions. We've also announced $18 million to help strengthen women's participation and also the participation of Indigenous women.
5 to address harassment and sexual violence. Our government knows that we simply cannot move forward when half of us are held back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, more than 2,000 volunteers from over 20 churches in Steinbach, Manitoba got together to comb the streets, parks and ditches to collect the garbage that had accumulated over winter. This annual pick-up and walk event was organized by local churches to help the city remain sparkling clean. This year, an astonishing 10 tons of garbage was collected. Mr. Speaker, it is so encouraging to see the churches in our communities rally together for such a great event. It is no coincidence that Steinbach has been declared the cleanest city in North America. Wow. Efforts like this one are an excellent example of the good work that faith groups do in our communities. But this year, many groups who engage in activities like this have been rejected for Canada Summer Jobs funding simply for holding different beliefs than the Prime Minister. Shameful. Thankfully, many are rallying behind these organizations and ensuring that they have the resources that they need to continue the good work. I'd like to commend all the volunteers for graciously giving of their time and for a job well done.
Honourable Member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, imagine if Canadians who volunteer to help seniors could bank hours of credit to be redeemed in kind on their own retirement. In other words, young people and capable adults who provide care to seniors would bank the time and then exchange it for care when they themselves are seniors. This system would provide additional social care to Canada's seniors. It is a solution that would run on time, not money. This scheme would encourage more people to provide unpaid help to seniors in Canada. By registering, they would build up a care pension claimable in the form of care during their own retirement. In recent years, some countries, such as Switzerland, has experimented with time banking as part of their retirement plan. I encourage my fellow parliamentarians to support such a time bank system in Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for the Snippy Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, today I want to recognize the great work being done by Green Arrow Healing in Beauval, Saskatchewan. The members of Green Arrow are trained counselors and educators who bring Indigenous ways of healing and support to the youth of Northern Saskatchewan. In addition to counseling and detox services for at-risk youth, Green Arrow combines traditional and Western healing methods to foster leadership and connect people back to nature. The successes of Green Arrow Healing really show how vital it is to have First Nations and Métis people and culture integrated into our wellness programs. Many who leave the Green Arrow workshops feel a new sense of hope and are confident in their abilities to grow and build the bonds of family and friendship. I very much look forward to working with Green Arrow Healing as their programs and mandate continue to grow over the coming years. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Spring in downtown St. Catharines brings with it the In the Soil Arts Festival. This three-day festival brings together a wide range of Niagara artists that provides an explosion of creativity and unique audience experiences. The festival nurtures the creation of new work, showcases talent, encourages innovation, and provides intimate and uncommon platforms for audiences to experience. In the Soil is Niagara's homegrown arts festival that is working to make Niagara culturally distinct. 2018 marks the festival's 10th anniversary, and I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge and celebrate the incredible work of Annie Wilson, Deanna Lynn Jones, and all others in Niagara who have contributed to making our little festival that could an amazing success over the past decade. In the Soil has been a labor of love and is an incredible celebration of the arts in Niagara. The festival planted its roots in downtown St. Catharines, and the community has grown alongside with it over the past 10 years. Congratulations to the In the Soil team on a great decade of success.
The Honourable Member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, the Bob Cajun and Area Chamber of Commerce recently held their 2018 Awards of Excellence ceremony at the gorgeous Lakeview Arts Barn. I would like to congratulate all award nominees and recipients, including Andy Lummis and Jessica O'Neill for the Employee Achievement Award, Bob Cajun Eye Care Center, the Business Achievement Award, Granny Bird's Wool Shop, New Business Achievement, Happy Days Houseboats, the Hospitality Award, Bob Cajun Canada Day Committee, the Not-for-Profit Achievement Award, Canada-U.S. Walleye Tournament for the Tourism Achievement, Sarah Quick Creative Arts Achievement Award, and of course Ruth McIsaac for winning the Citizen of the Year Award. A special thank you to all the sponsors, staff, General Manager Ruth Ann Wilson, the Board of Directors, and President Miriam Newton for organizing this spectacular event. And in keeping with the theme of a strong business community, Speaker, I would also like to extend my congratulations to Cavtech and Percheron Plastics for winning the recent Bears Lair entrepreneurial competition in Peterborough.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, our ridings couldn't thrive without the involvement of the people who live there. The determination and perseverance of our entrepreneurs drive our economic activity. and it is thanks to stakeholders that businesses evolve. Saint-Jean Pizzeria is a shining example. I congratulate the Pachotza family and its many employees who for 50 years have been contributing to the economic growth of the riding of Saint-Jean. In 1968, a young Italian from Calabria made his dream come true. He decided to make pizza in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu and to share his culinary talents. Today, we're celebrating the longevity of this institution, which taught people in Saint-Jean to appreciate traditional Italian flavors. Mr. Speaker, I join with thousands in my riding in thanking this great entrepreneurial family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2018 marks 50 years for Oxford Frozen Foods in Cumberland County, Nova Scotia.
Here, here.
Begun in 1968 by John Bragg, it has grown from a 100-acre farm to a business that today processes 150 million pounds of wild blueberries every year. Oxford handles other products, but wild blueberries are its calling card. And today, Oxford exports grade A fresh and frozen wild blueberries to over 30 countries from Nova Scotia. Routinely recognized as one of the best managed companies in Canada, Oxford and the Bragg family are also generous supporters of our rural communities and economic development. They were quick to help support the refugee families when they came to Nova Scotia. To John Bragg, David Hoffman, and the entire Oxford family, thank you for all you do for our communities, and congratulations on your tremendous achievements. And Mr. Speaker, Oxford wanted me to invite everybody to their celebration on July the 28th in Oxford, Nova Scotia.
Honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, this Sunday is Mother's Day, and I would like to pay tribute to mothers everywhere. I lost my mother a year ago, and I still miss her dearly. We are all blessed with just one mother, and mine was the best, Mr. Speaker, just as yours is, I'm sure, and every other member in this place's mother is. Mothers are the glue in every family, the one we run to first at a very young age when we scrape a knee, and the first one we go to as adults when things are tough or we're having a bad day. So today I say thanks, Mom, you are the best. And thank you to my wife, the mother of our 3 sons, to my daughters-in-law, who are the mothers of my grandchildren, and indeed, to all mothers across Canada, I say thank you for being who you are. This Sunday, sit back, put your feet up, and enjoy the day. You have earned it. Happy Mother's Day.
Here, here. The Honourable member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, on April 28th, I was honored to welcome Lions Club members from across Nova Scotia to my hometown of Yarmouth for their annual provincial convention. Lions Clubs in Nova Scotia first began in 1945 when the first clubs were established in Halifax, Dartmouth, and Middleton. 73 years later, Nova Scotia is now home to 69 Lions Clubs, including 12 in my riding of West Nova. The many efforts of these clubs and their members in organizing fundraising activities and encouraging volunteerism makes all of our communities a much better place to live. Their motto, "We Serve," perfectly captures the spirit of Lionism. Thank you to the convention's co-chairs Fred Graham and Sandra Blake and the entire organizing committee from the Yarmouth Lions Club for hosting such a fabulous event. And thank you to all Lions for your service and the amazing work you do each and every day in Nova Scotia, across Canada, and around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation.
Excellence in Parliament. We are fortunate to welcome Team Canada athletes competing at the Olympic and Paralympic Winter Games this year in Pyeongchang, South Korea. Together, they garnered an impressive 57 medals. It's never seen before in our Canadian, and they are a source of inspiration for all Canadians. Si comme moi.
If, like me, you've watched these competitions, Mr. Speaker, you can say that an athlete is an athlete is an athlete. Whether winner or not, Paralympian or Olympian, courage in the face of adversity, years of determination, all the effort in accomplishing goals. All this is a model for all Canadians, no matter their gender, their orientation, their origin, or their abilities. Thank you for inspiring us.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, 2 days ago we laid to rest Major Reverend Canon Robert Feed, who was tragically killed on his motorcycle. Major Canon Feed faithfully served the Anglican Diocese of Canada for 25 years, but his work was never confined to the walls of the church. Amongst many other roles, Major Canon Feed was the beloved chaplain for the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders. Following the 2014 Ottawa terror attack, Major Canon Feed presided over the funeral of Corporal Nathan Cirillo. He said at the time, "My job in the midst of all this chaos and fear was to bring some sense of hope." Mr. Speaker, Major Canon Feed did just that every day of his life. Because of his dedication to the gospel of Christ and his unmitigated commitment to serve, he was able to bring that great hope and comfort to many, particularly the Argyll and Sutherland Highlander Princess Louise's Regiment. My thoughts and prayers are with his wife, Veronica, Mother Pat, his family and friends, and his regiment. He'll be sorely missed. Rest in peace, Major.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend, people throughout York Region will visit. In my riding, doors will be open in Richmond Hill at the Hindu Temple, Thomas Boynton House, and St. Mary and St. Joseph Coptic Orthodox Church, and doors will be open in Aurora at the Farmers Market, the Public Library, Victoria Hall, and the Aurora Cultural Centre. Let us celebrate the diversity and rich cultural heritage that makes us who we are as Canadians. I encourage everyone in Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, and across York Region to get out and discover the vibrancy of our community and our country right here. Join me on Saturday, May 12th in Aurora and Richmond Hill for Doors Open 2018. Thank you.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, this Friday, Canada will undergo its third Universal Periodic Review at the United Nations. This is an important moment when Canada will be held accountable by other UN member states on our domestic human rights track record. Canada's human rights violations, including discrimination against Indigenous peoples, violence against women, systemic racism, and poverty, will be discussed on the world stage. The federal government is responsible for ensuring compliance with the Canada Health Act. The Act requires universal coverage for all insured persons for all medically necessary services. Furthermore, the federal government provides direct health care for First Nations, military personnel, and incarcerated individuals. Canada can and must be willing to use the Canada Health Act to ensure safe and equal abortion access for all people in Canada. This government must do its duty and embrace a recommendation to use the Canada Health Act as a mechanism to ensure safe and equal access to abortion for all.
Honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in this House today to make Canadians aware of some very troubling changes the Liberals are proposing in Bill C-75. The government is essentially watering down very serious criminal charges by adding a possible summary conviction as a Crown option. Now, this would result in a penalty as low as a fine for what was an indictable offense with a penalty of up to 10 years. These charges include abduction of a child under the age of 14, material benefit from trafficking, breach of prison, participation in a terrorist group or criminal organization, advocating genocide, and arson for fraudulent purposes. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on. This is the Liberal answer to the current backlog in the justice system, a crisis created by not appointing the adequate number of judges to the bench. Canadians know this. When a perpetrator of a serious crime is set free with a mere fine, he or she hasn't paid the price for that crime. Mr. Speaker, I call upon this government to finally start putting the victims first.
Honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we celebrate National Nursing Week, we acknowledge the tremendous skilled and caring nurses across Canada and thank them for their endless contributions to health care. I would like to welcome the Canadian Indigenous Nurses Association to Parliament Hill and acknowledge the significant work that they do to advance Indigenous nursing and improve the lives of Indigenous people. Through their association, they promote the development and practice of Indigenous health and nursing to hundreds of communities and reserves in Canada. Through their work, they are providing unique and specialized care to Indigenous people. They understand the specific needs of Indigenous patients, and they understand the challenges that are often faced in accessing and navigating the Canadian Healthcare Centre for Indigenous people. Join me today in saying thank you to the Indigenous Nursing Association, to all of their employees and those they serve, and to thank all those hard-working and dedicated nurses across Canada who lifts us up in this country with hope and health when we need it. Thank you.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's carbon tax will increase the cost of everything. When companies are forced to hike their costs, it's more difficult to do business. When they have to compete with companies not facing these taxes, it is also something that causes job losses. So why is the Prime Minister ignoring the economic cost of the carbon tax, and why won't he finally tell Canadians exactly how much the cost will be for the Canadian economy? Mr. Speaker, we heard that approach under the Harper government. Excuses for not taking action to protect the environment. But by not protecting the environment, they did not honor their responsibility for creating an economy, a sustainable economy for the future. By focusing on carbon pollution and by working with communities across the country, we know that we can create economic growth while respecting the need to deal with the environment and respect it for future generations.
Recently, the Prime Minister was in British Columbia lecturing Canadians on their personal behavior. In fact, he was expressing his joy at the high gas prices, saying that, quote, it was exactly what he wanted. Now, we know that millionaires like the Prime Minister can afford to pay higher gas prices, but hard-working moms and dads don't have the luxury to pay thousands more in new taxes. So, how high does the cost of gas have to get before people start behaving the way the Prime Minister wants them to?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite knows that I said no such thing. They're continuing to try and create fear and division amongst Canadians as a way of justifying their continued desire to do nothing to reduce the impacts of climate change, to do nothing to protect the environment. That's what they did for 10 years under Stephen Harper, and that's what they're continuing to do in their approach. We on this side of the House agree with Canadians that it's time to protect the environment and grow the economy together, and that is exactly what we are doing. They, Mr. Speaker, don't even have a plan.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Our plan will not involve raising taxes on hardworking middle class.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister broke his promise on democratic reform when he didn't succeed in jigging the system to benefit Liberals. Then he tried to jig the rules to weaken the opposition. The Liberals are having trouble with their funding. They are trying to put restrictions on other parties that aren't facing those problems. Why is the Prime Minister imposing new rules and promoting super PACs like in the United States? On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, what we have done with our elections reform, with the reform of elections financing, is to bring greater transparency and rules to limit the influence of money in our politics. We need to create opportunities for people to fully participate in all debates without being influenced by money. And that is exactly the reform we're putting in place. It's what Canadians expect, and it's what we're delivering.
Yeah.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Done at all, Mr. Speaker. Every time this Prime Minister doesn't get his own way, he responds by rigging the rules to benefit his own party. When he didn't get the electoral system he wanted, he abandoned all the plans for democratic reform. When the opposition parties proved too effective in the House of Commons, he tried to take all the tools away from parties that sit opposite from him. And now, instead of developing policies that encourage more Canadians to donate to the Liberal Party, the Prime Minister is trying to rig the next election by imposing punitive rule changes on his opponents. So, why is the Prime Minister restricting the activities of political parties but making it easier for U.S.-style super PACs to spend huge sums of money?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's actually not a great surprise that the Conservatives don't understand the least bit what we are actually doing with electoral financing reform. Their idea of improving the Canada's Elections Act in the last government was to make it harder for people to vote while making it easier for wealthy people to participate in financing of political parties. We actually took the opposite approach. We know that limiting the influence of money in our political system is for the benefit of Canadians and to the benefit of our entire political system.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Our changes led to more Canadians voting in the last election than in many, many elections before, for years and years and years. Now, but it's clear. It's clear that the Liberal Party can't attract the support from Canadians themselves.
Right.
They have had abysmal numbers fundraising, encouraging Canadians to make free decisions to donate to them. So he's imposing restrictions on what other political parties can do with the money that Canadians freely donated to those parties. So simple question. Will he implement the same ban on ministerial travel and government advertising in the pre-written?
I would ask the members for Coast to Bay, Central Notre Dame, and Cape Breton Council not to be speaking when someone else has the floor, and I'd ask other members to do the same. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to take this opportunity to set the record straight. There was a record number of Canadians voting in the last election, not because of changes they made to the Elections Act, but in spite of changes they made to the Elections Act, and more specifically, because of the people involved in changing the elections. They were out to vote against Stephen Harper, not anything that Stephen Harper actually did to encourage them to vote. So let's be very clear about why Canadians voted in record numbers in the last election. It was about getting them out of office.
The Honourable Member for
Order. Alors.
Order. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. After having given up the reforms on the voting method, now the government is jeopardizing democratic institutions. The Director of Elections is an agent of Parliament, and when normally we receive notifications months in advance. Now, we're a mere 18 months from the actual general election. We've seen two candidates in less than 3 weeks, and we've only got 7 days to provide an opinion. Does the Prime Minister think that this is an open, transparent, merit-based process? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Following a rigorous and open process based on merit, Stéphane Perrault was identified as the best qualified candidate for the position of Chief Electoral Officer. Following 20 years of service to the government, he has a knowledge and in-depth understanding of the Canada Elections Act and the parliamentary system in this country. We're convinced that under his guidance, Elections Canada will be more than ready for the federal election in 2019. We have put forth an excellent candidate to the House.
Honourable Member for Valley.
For more than a year and a half, the Liberals knew that we had to hire a new chief electoral officer, and they did nothing. For more than a year and a half, the Liberals sat on a bill to undo the worst of Stephen Harper's Unfair Elections Act, and they did nothing. So now, with less than a year and a half to go before the next election, the Liberals are panicking. Rather than work with us, they just sent us a letter a few weeks ago with just one name on it for a new chief electoral officer. Then just last week, they sent us another letter with another name on it, but a different guy. And Canadians want to know what happened to the first guy, and when it comes to our democratic rights, why do Liberals have such a hard time getting the job done?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, after a rigorous, open and merit-based process, Mr. Stéphane Perrault has emerged as the most qualified candidate for the position of Chief Electoral Officer. With over 20 years serving in government, he has extensive knowledge and understanding of the Canada Elections Act and the Canadian parliamentary system. We have every confidence that under his continued leadership, Elections Canada will be more than ready for the 2019 federal election. We've submitted an excellent candidate to this House, and we hope that all members will confirm his appointment.
I would ask the member for Souris Moose Mountain not to be yelling when someone else has the floor, preferably at all. The member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
It would have been better if he just said, "Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line." When it comes to the Kinder Morgan pipeline, the threats to our environment are well known. The threats to First Nations rights and title are also well known. But now we have a new threat to the Canadian taxpayer. Not only did the Liberals break their promise to put the pipeline under a proper environmental review and break their promise to respect First Nations rights and title, he's now negotiating in secret a public bailout to help an American oil giant ship Canadian raw bitumen to China. So why won't these Liberals simply come clean? Tell us how many billions this is going to cost us and how much damage he's willing to do to our environment and to First Nations.
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, layers of erroneous information in the question the honourable member just asked. First of all, we strengthened the environmental assessment process for the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion, did more consultation with Indigenous peoples, and we've actually got to the point where there are over 40 different First Nations organizations that have signed cost-benefit agreements and are very supportive of this pipeline expansion project, something the NDP never talks about. Furthermore, we have committed, we are going to get this pipeline built because it is in the interests of Canadians, and we're engaged in financial discussions to do so.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Conservative and strengthened? Can't believe it. L'échéancier arbitraire de Kinder Morgan.
The mandatory timeline is the 31st of May, and the government is in panic mode. Kinder Morgan is seeking an investment or compensation of $10 billion because of problems linked to the approval of the process. This is the Liberal government in 2015 had promised to put an end to subsidies and money for this sector. Will the government put $10 billion into Kinder Morgan? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the NDP doesn't seem to understand is that we have strengthened and added steps to the environmental assessment process and the consultation process with Indigenous communities to ensure that we don't take or use the broken process that existed under Stephen Harper. We know that we had to create a more robust system, and that is exactly what we did. When it comes to the financial discussions, we know that this is a project in the public interest, and we will advance responsibly in that regard.
Position.
Mr. Speaker, every time this Prime Minister faces opposition either in this House or with the public, he takes away the tools that opposition parties have to hold him to account. Now, he is proposing to limit what political parties can do with money that Canadians have freely given to political parties. A very simple question. Will he impose the same restrictions on ministerial travel and government advertising in the lead up to the next election campaign?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, we know that it is the Conservative Party of Canada, when it was in government, that tried to tilt the rules to prevent people from voting and to make more money available for political parties because it helped them. They extended the writ period to try and outspend everyone, but Canadians didn't buy any of what they were selling, and that's why they're now on that side of the House. Mr. Speaker, we have put forward proposals to reform the Elections Act, and we look forward to that proposal getting to committee and hearing any and all the suggestions that the members opposite will make to improve and strengthen.
I have to remind the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London, that you should not be speaking throughout the time that someone else is speaking.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, Canada is an open and welcoming country. I think that we all agree on that here in the House. That's not where the problem is. People are crossing our borders illegally. Our customs officers are worn out, and the cost of managing this is going up. But unfortunately, the Liberals are incapable of showing leadership on the file. So my question for the Prime Minister is simple. Will he take responsibility and ensure that the borders in Canada are respected? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, each person who crosses the border in an irregular fashion is stopped. This is what happens across the country. Following that, we analyze their files because we have an obligation under international conventions to enable people who seek asylum to show that they need to receive asylum, and we do that rigorously. If they are not deemed real refugees, they will be sent back home. We have a system that applies in its integrity regardless of how someone arrives here.
Mr. Speaker, officials are expecting 200 illegal migrants to cross into Canada daily this summer, placing immense stress on our immigration system. Meanwhile, the Liberals are doing nearly nothing to support our seniors. Canadians are wondering, why are the Liberals continuing to favor illegal border jumpers while ignoring the needs of seniors?
Good job. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the stresses in our immigration system are largely holdovers from a Conservative government that did not invest in the kinds of supports for our immigration system, that cuts resources to the Canadian Border Services, that continued to underinvest in the important processes that keep Canadians safe. In regards to seniors, unlike the Stephen Harper Conservatives, we actually are decreasing the age of retirement from 67 to 65. We've increased the guaranteed income supplement by 10% for seniors, and we've made new investments in the New Horizons program for seniors that's going a long way to support them.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, as the nice weather arrives, thousands more illegal border crossers are expected to arrive with it, spurred on by the Prime Minister's reckless tweet. When the Liberals are rolling out the red carpet for these queue jumpers, people who came to Canada legally are forced to wait even longer to be reunited with their family. Can the Prime Minister tell newcomers in my riding how this is fair?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again we see the same divisive approach from the Conservatives, pitting newest arrivals against recent arrivals, pitting one community of new Canadians against another community of new Canadians. That approach was what they founded their 2015 election campaign on, and it didn't work with Canadians then, and the kind of fear and division they're trying to peddle now is not working with Canadians now. We are ensuring the application in its entirety of our immigration rules and laws and processes. We are ensuring that we continue to be an open country that applies the rules.
I would also ask the member for Barrie Innisfil not to be calling out and yelling when someone else has the floor.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, let's use some government facts here. Now, we know that 25,000 people entered the country illegally in 2017. 80% of them are rejected, but only 243 people were removed. Can the Prime Minister tell us how many illegal people will cross the U.S. border over the next few months? 10,000, 20,000, 50,000? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to reassure the member opposite and everyone in this House, as well as all Canadians, that regardless of the number of people who come to our borders, we will apply and enforce immigration procedures in their entirety. We will protect the integrity of our territory and the integrity of our immigration system. That is what Canadians expect, and that is why we have confidence in our immigration system and in the acceptance of refugees.
And was it? How many people are going to cross the border illegally from the United States into Canada this year and claim asylum? It takes a plan to bring humanitarian immigration to Canada. We need to ensure that there are resources for integration, which this government is not doing. We need to ensure that the world's most vulnerable are protected. You can't do that without anticipating numbers. How many people is the Prime Minister anticipating will cross the border illegally from the U.S. into Canada and claim asylum this year?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the member opposite wants to hear about our plan. We have actually engaged with communities in the United States, in Southern California, in Florida, to talk about the rigor with which we apply our immigration system and to ensure that they know that regardless of how many come to Canada, we will always be able to apply the entirety of our immigration system, of our rules, of our laws to any arrival in this country. That's what Canadians need to know. Regardless of expected or unexpected arrivals, we have a system that is strong and robust enough to deal with it. And the fear that the Conservatives are trying to spread is not helping Canadians.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Expert and institutional hearings of the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls inquiry about to begin, and the Union of the BC Indian Chiefs, the only Indigenous political organization in BC with standing, has pulled out because, quote, the hearings do not allow for a vigorous examination of the systems that contribute to violence against Indigenous women and girls. They will not sit idly by as Canada touts an incomplete process as success. What action will the Prime Minister take to fix this dire situation?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the perspective of the member opposite, but let me remind her that at the centre of the process around the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls inquiry are families. That is why we are focused on family-centric approach. That is why the Commission is focused on hearing from as many families as possible and engaging with them in a responsible way, because that inquiry is fundamentally about getting justice for the victims, getting healing for the families, and putting an end to this ongoing national tragedy, and that's what the inquiry is doing.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Nunavik. Mr. Speaker, the Native Women's Association of Canada has just published a report criticizing the report of the work by the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. The association finds that there is a lack of transparency and that it misses the mark. The report gave a failing grade in 5 out of the 15 sections analyzed and found the work in 5 other sections insufficient. This is one of the most important inquiries in our history. Does the government not find that someone's asleep at the switch and that is in fact the government itself? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is prepared to put an end to this tragedy. The mandate of the Independent Commission is clear. Families are at the heart of their work. We are resolved to offering families the answers they have long expected on the systemic flaws and institutional problems behind this tragedy. Our government is also taking immediate and steps regarding housing, education, reforms for child services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the topic of investor confidence in Canada, yesterday, the Prime Minister said that the reason why businesses weren't successful at attracting investment into Canada was because they lacked swagger. I guess that's a new economic indicator he's decided to make apply. Mr. Speaker, what businesses know is the high cost of doing business in Canada, it's the higher and new taxes, and it's the unrelenting regulatory processes that they put projects through that causes the problem. Will he admit that he shouldn't have blamed CEOs in the country for failed Liberal policies?
perhaps the Conservatives would have had a better record on job growth and economic growth during their time in office had they actually paid attention to facts. In fact, Canada is among the countries with the greatest ease of doing business of any of the OECD countries. We have consistently demonstrated through the high caliber of hard work that Canadians are willing to do, our great education system, yes, our confidence in the future, that these are the things that investors around the world are looking for. We are drawing in record numbers of investments in extraordinary fields across this country.
Honourable Member for Milton.
I'm just wondering, Mr. Speaker, perhaps he's going to be changing the G7 agendas to include, the importance of swagger. The importance of swagger is world economics. The reality is that there is a problem in Canada with respect to investor confidence, and it has to do with the fact that taxes are too high. It's too difficult to do business in Canada because of high costs, and you get stuck in a regulatory approval process that takes years to come out of. When will they stop blaming CEOs in Canada who work hard, instead look to themselves as the problem?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, here are the facts. For 10 years, Stephen Harper had the worst growth rate in Canadian history since R.B. Bennett in the depths of the Great Depression. Over the past 2.5 years, we have created hundreds of thousands of jobs, and last year we actually had the fastest growth in the entire G7. Mr. Speaker, our plan of investing in the middle class, giving confidence to Canadians, giving confidence to investors is exactly what is working for Canadians, and they just don't get it.
Order. The honourable member for Lakeland. Order.
There's some swagger. Seems so angry. The Prime Minister promised Canadians a law that will ensure the Trans Mountain expansion will proceed. Now the Natural Resources Minister says legislation might not be introduced. The Liberals talk, but they've done nothing to meet the May 31st deadline. The Prime Minister created this crisis. He misled Canadians with that promise. Now he claims his only option may be to force taxpayers to foot the bill, which Kinder Morgan didn't even need. A total failure. Can the Prime Minister tell Canadians how he will meet the deadline and guarantee the expansion will go ahead?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, they didn't get it done. They couldn't get 1 kilometre of pipeline to new markets through 10 years, regardless of all the boosterism they had for the oil patch and Alberta. What we've actually done is rolled up our sleeves, and we're getting things done. We got the Trans Mountain pipeline approved. We are moving forward on getting it built. We are working to demonstrate to Canadians that we understand, unlike Stephen Harper and his gang, that the environment and the economy need to go together, that we need to bring in Indigenous people into the success of our country, and that's what we're doing.
Honourable member for Lakeland.
In fact, this Prime Minister killed Northern Gateway, killed Energy East, and killed the Pacific Northwest LNG, and now Trans Mountain is hanging by a thread. A new report says Canada's energy sector will lose $15.8 billion this year as a direct result of his cancelled pipelines. Canadian oil producers are forced to sell to the U.S. at lower prices. The Liberals are driving investment out of Canada at record levels, risking hundreds of thousands of jobs in all sectors and billions of dollars in investment and government revenue. When will the Prime Minister champion energy investment in Canada and stop jeopardizing Canadian oil and gas?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we have been able to do over the past 2.5 years in investing in Canadians, investing in infrastructure, and demonstrating that we understand that growing the economy and protecting the environment go together has led to tremendous new investments, has led to confidence in Canadians, in consumers, in investors that is, quite frankly, a long shot from the terrible performance under the Conservatives under Stephen Harper. What they consistently did not understand was giving confidence to Canadians in the future and growing the economy in responsible ways.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, we found out yesterday that the President of the United States is planning to withdraw from the nuclear deal with Iran. And the Liberals rejected my motion to study the role of Canada in the Middle East at the Foreign Affairs Committee. That's not surprising, given that the government refuses to discuss important issues like Iran, the Israelo-Palestinian conflict, or Saudi Arabia. This is a dangerous time for international security. Has the government signaled to our European allies its support for the Iranian deal? And what does it plan to do to ensure that its survival? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to support the process. When it comes to the agreement with Iran, the international community must remain cohesive to ensure safety. This is a time to stand with our allies. We regret the decision of the United States, which, in our opinion, is going in the wrong direction, and we said to our American allies that we think the best way to go forward is to work together and make sure that Iran does not develop nuclear weapons.
Mr. Speaker, despite the risk of nuclear conflict being as high as it's ever been, this Liberal government has done nothing on nuclear non-proliferation. Now the Iran nuclear deal, which was unanimously adopted by the UN Security Council as a binding resolution, is at risk. U.S. withdrawal from the deal represents a dangerous moment for international peace and security and shows growing disrespect for international law. This leaves the Nuclear Prohibition Treaty as the world's greatest hope for preventing nuclear war. So why won't this government embrace the rules-based multilateral system it claims to champion and finally sign the treaty?
Bravo. The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times, Canada is proud to lead the way on nuclear disarmament and countering nuclear arms by leading on the Nuclear Fissile Test Cutoff Treaty. We know that leadership in ways that matters, that actually has an impact on behaviors around the world, is what the world expects of Canada, and that's what we will continue to do. That's why we are standing alongside the international community in continuing to hold Iran to account, to keeping the JCPOA in place. We regret the decision by the United States to pull out, but we are still hopeful we are going to be able to keep Iran from developing nuclear weapons.
Honourable Member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in 1939, the MS St. Louis was carrying over 900 Jewish refugees from Nazi Germany seeking to escape persecution. To Canada's everlasting shame, the government of the day refused to provide that sanctuary. The refugees returned to Europe, where many were killed in the Holocaust. Since being elected, I have worked alongside my colleagues for our government to recognize that tragic event. Yesterday, the Prime Minister announced what our government will do to recognize the wrongs of the past. Can he share with the members of this House?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from York Centre for his question and for his tireless advocacy on behalf of his community. When Canada denied asylum to the 907 German Jews on board the MS St. Louis, we failed not only those passengers, but also their descendants and community. Canada's discriminatory "none is too many" policy of the time failed those desperate for safety and refuge from persecution. To acknowledge this difficult truth, learn from this story, and continue to fight against anti-Semitism every day, I look forward to offering a formal apology on the floor of this House.
Honourable Member for Banff-Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, in addition to a number of changes that weaken the integrity of our electoral system, the Liberals are also attempting to establish a register of future electors for children between the ages of 14 and 17. So can the Prime Minister please confirm that he will not allow the private information of 14-year-olds to be handed out to political parties or to anyone seeking public office?
The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we believe, unlike the members opposite, that more Canadians should vote. And we know that getting young people already to be aware so that when they turn 18, they are able to vote in a smooth and easy way is a really important principle. Unlike the Conservatives, who actually prevented Elections Canada from doing youth outreach to encourage young people to know about our electoral system, we believe that bringing young people into the political system in a responsible and respectful way is actually good for our democracy. We're excited about this process.
Welcome member for Banff Airdrie knows he may not like the answers after he asks the question, but I'd ask him to listen in spite of that.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, Canadians voted in large numbers. It was the highest rate of participation in Canada's history. But millions of Canadians were disappointed by broken promises, especially when it came to electoral reform. The Prime Minister swore, hand on heart, that this is the last time we're going to vote this way. Next time, it'll be different. And what did he do? He threw out his promise. He didn't even recycle it. Among all the recommendations he's making, all the changes he's making, what is the Prime Minister's credibility when it comes to electoral reform? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, record numbers of Canadians voted in the last election for one reason alone: to bring real change and get Stephen Harper out of the Prime Minister's office, and it worked. We will continue to reverse the changes that Mr. Harper made to our electoral systems. We are going to make it easier for people to vote. We're going to encourage the involvement of youth to know more about our electoral system. We're going to limit the role of money and third parties in our electoral process because we believe that we need to defend the integrity of our electoral system.
Lake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, an ISIS terrorist who returned to Canada in the past few years recently gave an interview with the New York Times podcast, The Caliphate. In the podcast, Abu Huzaifa states that he worked for ISIS enforcing Sharia law in Syria. He brags about getting splattered with blood while brutally lashing people who broke their laws. And he proudly admits to murdering ISIS prisoners and having, and he said, the bloody irony smell on his hands. When is the Prime Minister going to stop allowing these bloodthirsty terrorists to walk on our streets, but throw them in jail instead?
Mr. Speaker, once again we see the Conservatives trying to drum up fear is a way of political attack. We have every reason to be responsible and serious about how we protect the integrity of Canadians and the safety of our communities. But quite frankly, illustrations like that question, or, for example, the attack ads they put out that featured footage of ISIS executions for political gain are below the norm and shouldn't be acceptable in Canada, and the Conservatives have a lot to answer for if they're going to keep up that same approach in the upcoming election.
Honourable Member Selkirk, Interlake Eastman. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is actually running away from his responsibilities here. It's a cop-out. I'd like to remind everyone that the Prime Minister hasn't hesitated in giving special treatment to terrorists, like offering classes for returning terrorists in poetry and podcasts. And, of course, he loves writing checks for $10 million. Canadian ISIS terrorist Abu Huzaifa is walking freely on our streets, though he publicly confessed to joining a terrorist group, sadistically enforced Sharia law, and slaughtered dissidents, and he calls it like they were animals. When will the Prime Minister finally imprison ISIS terrorists instead of allowing them to use Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we saw this approach in the last election by the previous government. It doesn't work to try and scare and divide Canadians. Our security agencies take all potential threats very seriously and use the full toolkit of measures, including surveillance, the no-fly list, revoking passports, and laying criminal charges when sufficient evidence exists. The expertise of Canadian security and law enforcement professionals is highly respected around the world. Our security services are doing their work in spite of over $1 billion in cuts they suffered under the Harper government.
Bingo!
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, this Friday, Canada will be held accountable for its human rights record at our third periodic review at the UN. Safe and equal access to abortion is the right of all Canadians, yet this remains shockingly inconsistent. Women living in rural areas often travel unacceptable distances to access an abortion clinic. It's unconscionable. When will this government use the Canada Health Act to grant all Canadians their right to safe and equal access to abortion?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for her question and her hard work standing up and fighting for women's rights right across the country. We agree with her. We know that safe and easy access, responsible access, affordable access to reproductive health services, including abortions, is of fundamental importance to all Canadians. That's why we move forward on ensuring that all provinces are offering that. We continue to work right across the country to ensure that the Canada Health Act is brought in, and we will always be unequivocal in standing up for a woman's right to choose.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. I can't believe what I just heard, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Alors. L'honorable député de Salaberry.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. It's a right, and everyone needs to understand that, Mr. Speaker. The United Nations is getting ready to conduct its periodic review of Canada's respect for human rights. Safe and fair access to abortion is part of those rights. While the Prime Minister boasts about his feminism during five-star receptions with the rich and famous, many women in the country are facing obstacles when they try to access the treatment they are entitled to. That's unacceptable. How does the Prime Minister plan to ensure, in very real terms, that every woman can access abortion services safely? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since we have formed the government, we've worked with provinces that offered unequal or no access. We're working with them to ensure that reproductive services and that women's choices are protected. On this side of the House, along with the NDP, we agree that yes, a woman has a right to choose what happens with her own body, and we will always defend that right in spite of what the Conservatives think and say. Order. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, once again, we're being taken for a ride by this Prime Minister, and believe me, this won't just be a big fish story. It's well known that the Liberal Party always favours its pals to the detriment of a clear, just, transparent, and fair process. In the face of the probable interference of the Minister of Fisheries in awarding fishing licenses for a lucrative type of seafood, I ask, why has the Minister once again favoured his pals over maintaining much desired harmony with First Nations? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, reconciliation with First Nations involves creating economic opportunities for them. We're proud of the approach that we have taken to generate economic growth for First Nations communities when it comes to the Arctic surf clam. I'm very proud of what we are doing. We're going to continue to create opportunities for Indigenous peoples. If there's a question or a concern, I suggest to my friends on the other side to talk to the Ethics Commissioner, but I can tell you that everything is in line with the rules on this side of the House.
Prince George.
Not so fast, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, recently released court documents in the surf clam legal battle reveal that the group called Five Nations that was supposed to satisfy Indigenous involvement in the fishery is actually 75% owned by the brother of a Liberal MP. What we've also learned through these recently released documents is that Five Nations is headed by Gilles Thierault. Who is Gilles Thierault, you ask? None other than a cousin of the minister's wife. Was the Prime Minister aware of the minister's family's connections in this bid?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in this House, as we've seen from time to time, there are accusations of ethical impropriety thrown as political attacks. What we have is an Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commissioner who is in charge of evaluating the facts and making dispassionate findings that Canadians can have confidence with. And if they are making accusations around ethics and conflict of interest, they should work with the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner to ensure that everything is being followed. But I can assure you that on this side of the House, we respect the work of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner and follow their instructions.
Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, the minister personally intervened in the surf clam process. He ordered the department to award the lucrative contract to a group that didn't have a boat. They didn't have multiple First Nations partners. They weren't even incorporated. What they did have was close family ties to the minister and to the Liberal Party. Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister think it's appropriate that the minister is awarding million-dollar contracts to the Liberals and his own family members?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we understand that for the Conservatives, mudslinging is just a way of doing politics, and personal attacks is all they seem to have to go on, because it's really hard to attack us on the #1 growth record in the G7, on the creation of 600,000 jobs. So they stick with the ethical attacks, which is fine, but Canadians need to know that we have a Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner there to look into the facts of the matter and make determinations on whether or not the mudslinging is grounded or groundless, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Député de Sudbury.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury. Mr. Speaker, as an entrepreneur, I know firsthand the hardships and struggles to get investment and funding to turn an idea into a business. This is one of the largest obstacles there is in creating a more entrepreneurial economy. As we compete in the innovation race, I was delighted to hear that over $100 million in Canadian venture funding will be granted to Salesforce. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, I thank the member for Sudbury for his question and his work. We support Canadian entrepreneurs by helping them to access capital and acquire technical know-how. Canada Trailblazer, recently launched by Salesforce, is a great example of how entrepreneurs can draw in investments from around the world. We're also investing $400 million to make venture capital accessible to more advanced stages of development, going up to $1.5 billion in Canada to help the middle class.
For Durham.
Mr. Speaker, Taiwan is being blocked from participating in the World Health Assembly, which is meant to bring countries together to work on health issues. 15 years ago, Canada and Taiwan were on the front lines of the SARS crisis, and that shows why Taiwan should be a participant. Will the Prime Minister show some global swagger and take a public position in support of Taiwan joining the World Health Assembly, or will he remain silent due to his admiration for basic dictatorships?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's come up a few times in this question period. The Conservatives seem to have an issue with the idea of swagger, the idea of Canadians being strong and proud on the world stage, Canadians understanding that being back on the world stage, being positively engaged, being confident about our investments in AI, our investments in new technologies, our investments in the economy of the future are things to be proud of here in Canada. No, we will not apologize for swaggering when it comes to talking about Canada and being confident in the future that we're building together.
Order.
Honourable Member for Durham, come to order. Order. It would be nice to be proud of the decorum in this place.
The Honourable Member for Beloit-Chambly. Order. Mr. Speaker, currently, New Brunswick is experiencing the worst flooding it's seen in years. The water level is starting to go down, but the situation is still urgent, and it's far from going back to normal. Many roads are still closed, and many residents still can't get back into their homes. We know that the damage will be considerable and there will be a lot of cleanup to do. My question is to find out what the government plans to do to help the province and flooding victims to quickly get back on their feet. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that all throughout the country, like Kelowna, Alberta, Ontario, and especially New Brunswick, there are a lot of challenges when it comes to flooding. We are still working very closely with local authorities to determine whether the federal government needs to intervene. Currently, we are very pleased with the cooperation we've seen. We've been helping the Coast Guard, who is assisting people in New Brunswick. We are going to support the victims of flooding everywhere.
Mr. Speaker, people in New Brunswick, including my riding of St. John Ross, have been hit hard by flooding. There have been evacuations, road closures, power outages, and boil water advisories due to possible sewage contamination. We are very grateful for the first responders and everyone else who has been helping friends, neighbors, and strangers impacted by the floods. Can the Prime Minister tell us how the government is supporting response and rescue efforts? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, all our thoughts are with the people across the country affected by floods and with the first responders and volunteers working so hard to keep them safe. I thank the member from St. John Rossi for his question and his New Brunswick colleagues for the work they've done to help their constituents during this tough time. We've responded to all the province's requests for assistance, including Coast Guard rescue boats and RCMP security patrols. We are, as always, in very close contact with provincial authorities in New Brunswick and across the country, and we remain ready to respond quickly to any additional requests.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, we found out that the Prime Minister will finally be in a riding without an MP for months in Saguenay. It's a great opportunity to keep his promise, which he gave in January. Saguenay needs icebreakers for economic development, and thousands of jobs depend on it. The Coast Guard's fleet is aging, and it is urgent to make a decision now to get ready for the next season. Will the Prime Minister finally award those 4 icebreakers, including AVIC, to the Davie shipyard to ensure the economic prosperity of the people of Saguenay? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we recognize, first of all, the excellent work done by Davie's workers who delivered Asterix in exemplary fashion. We recognize how important it is to continue to support them with good jobs that will lead to good opportunities for Canadians, including those in Saguenay. We are currently negotiating with Davie Shipyard on awarding several icebreakers, but negotiations are ongoing to find the best approach for Canadians and for workers. That is what we will continue to do.
Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A little-known and anti-democratic provision of the Trans-Pacific Partnership appears to be making its way into NAFTA. It's called Chapter 25 in the TPP. What it does is reduce the abilities of governments to pass regulations in the public interest while expanding the powers of foreign corporations to object to regulations. Yes. My question to the Prime Minister is this true? Is the so-called regulatory coherence provision from the TPP entering NAFTA? And will this Parliament have a full opportunity to study, debate, and vote on NAFTA before we sign the bottom line?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member for her question on the good regulatory practices chapter of the NAFTA negotiations. Making sure nothing impedes our government's ability to implement needed regulations is an important principle in which we believe. This is about encouraging regulatory harmonization where it makes sense to do so. As with any agreement, it will be tabled in the House. However, at this point, we are still in the negotiating process, but the Minister of Foreign Affairs would be happy to provide a briefing to the member from Saanich Gulf Islands or any other member on this topic if they request it.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of His Excellency Timo Soini, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Finland. I would also like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the finalists for the 2018 Shaughnessy Cohen Prize for Political Writing: Carol Off, Sandra Perrin, Ted Rowe, and Tanya Talega. The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women is rising on a point of order.
Speaker, heckling in the best of times in this House is disruptive. Today you heard from your seat an offensive echo from the member from Provencher that women don't have the right to choose. I humbly request that you ask him to withdraw his assertion.
I'm afraid this is a question of debate, and there may not be opportunities to have debates on this subject, but it's a matter. Order. Order. Conformément à l'ordre adopté le...
Pursuant to order adopted on April 26, 2018, the House will now move into Committee of the Whole to welcome the 2018 Pyeongchang Olympic and Paralympic Game athletes.
We wait for them. Ah, yes. Good to the mace. Right. On April 26, on April 26, 2018, the following motion was adopted by the House of Commons: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, following question period on Wednesday, May 9, 2018, the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole in order to welcome the athletes of the 2018 Pyeongchang Olympic and Paralympic Games. A, that the Speaker be permitted to preside over the committee of the whole from the Speaker's chair and make welcoming remarks on behalf of the House. B, that the names of the athletes present be deemed read and printed in the House of Commons debates for that day. C, only authorized photographers be permitted to take photos during the proceedings of the committee. And D, when the proceedings of the committee have concluded, the committee shall rise. Members are invited to join our guests at the reception immediately following in room 237C. As many athletes are being recognized by us today, we'll be welcoming them into the chamber in two waves. I therefore ask for members' patience, as I will take a moment each time to acknowledge the athletes and their accomplishments. And now it is my pleasure to welcome onto the floor of the chamber many of the athletes who competed in the 2018 Olympic and Paralympic Winter Games in Pyeongchang last February. My colleagues, order. These athletes have competed in alpine skiing, para-alpine skiing, biathlon, bobsleigh, cross-country skiing, ski paranordique, curling, curling en fauteuil roulant, patinage artistique, ski acrobatique. Canadians from across the country are justly proud of you. Like them, we appreciate the years of training and sacrifice and determination it takes to become a world-class athlete. Although we want to be athletes, but know nothing about it. You are all champions and an inspiration to your fellow citizens. Through your efforts, Canada finished with the highest ever Canadian winter medals count at the Australian 2018 Games. We're all looking forward to seeing you shortly at the reception, and so I now invite the athletes to make their way through the chamber doors, but don't hurry, to the reception room where members will join them shortly so we may welcome the next group of Olympians and Paralympians. Order. Make sure I don't forget. Another second wave coming. Second wave. Ces athlètes ont participé
These athletes participated in the following sports:
glace, luge, patinage de vitesse,
short track speed skating,
ski cross, ski jumping, snowboard, para-snowboard, speed skating. Les Canadiens au parc.
Canadians from across the country are justly proud of you.
Comme eux. As you can see, some of the best things around here are unscripted. Comme les autres Canadiens.
Like other Canadians, we appreciate the years of training and sacrifice and the determination it takes to become a world-class athlete. You are all champions and a source of inspiration to your fellow citizens. Through your efforts, Canada finished with the highest ever Canadian winter medals count at the Pyeongchang 2018 Games.
Today is also an opportunity to recognize coaches, mission staff, and Canadian Olympic and Paralympic committees for their hard work and dedication. Many of them are sitting in the South Gallery, and I would ask them to stand. Congratulations again. Thank you all for representing Canada so well at the Olympic and Paralympic Games, and good luck in your future endeavors. Actually, we have to go back. Tabling of documents, introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 34.1. I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 4 reports of the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group. The first concerns the Canadian-American Border Trade Alliance Conference held in Ottawa, Ontario from May 7 to 9, 2017. The second, the meeting with members of the United States House of Representatives held in Windsor, Ontario from September 14 to 16, 2017. The third, the annual National Conference of the Council of State Governments held in Las Vegas, Nevada, USA from December 14 to 16, 2017. And the fourth concerns the annual winter meeting of the National Governors Association held in Washington, D.C., USA from February 23 to 25, 2018.
Well done.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Monsieur le Président, conformément...
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages
Delegation of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the Subcommittee on Transatlantic Economic Relations and Science and Technology Committee, Ottawa, Ontario, Yellowknife, Northwest Territories, Resolute Bay, Nunavut, Canada, from September 11th to 15th. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
I have the honour to present in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs concerning a Bill C-262, an act to ensure that the laws of Canada are in harmony with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The committee considered the bill and is reporting it back to the House without amendment.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 14th and 15th reports of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. The 14th report is entitled The Protection of Net Neutrality in Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. The 15th report, entitled Main Estimates 2018-2019, Vote 1 under the Office of Commissioner of Lobbying, Vote 1 under the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, Vote 1 under the Office of the Senate Ethics Officer, Vote 1 and 5 under the Offices of the Information and Privacy of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for, Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here signed by dozens of constituents who call on the Government of Canada to compel Canadian companies to publicly report on what they are doing to address child labour and modern slavery in global supply chains.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour to be able to table petitions and to help the citizens' voices be heard in the House of Parliament. So today I'm tabling two petitions, one from citizens who oppose the Kinder Morgan pipeline, and the second one is concerning citizens requesting that the Government of Canada initiate discussions with the provinces and ministers and all stakeholders to develop a comprehensive pan-Canadian strategy for eating disorders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I stand to present a petition from residents in the West Kootenay region of my riding. It's a petition in support of postal banking. They point out that 2 million Canadians desperately need an alternative to payday lenders. They point out that there are 3,800 Canada Post outlets already exist in rural areas where there are few banks or credit unions, and that Canada Post already has the infrastructure to make a rapid transition to include postal banking. And so they call on the government to enact Motion M166 to create a committee to study and propose a plan for postal banking under the Canada Post Corporation.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I rise again today to table petitions on behalf of my constituents from coastal British Columbia, calling on the government to create a national strategy to combat plastic pollution in our waterways. Mr. Speaker, they're calling on the government to address plastic pollution by regulating single-use plastics, by banning polystyrene and the use of it in our waterways. They're calling on the government to fund beach cleanups, education around ocean plastics and plastics in our waterways. They're calling on the government to invest in education and to redesign the plastic economy, Mr. Speaker. They're calling on the government for producer responsibility as well. I'm honoured to table this petition on behalf of the coastal people.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise today to present a petition from petitioners across Canada. It's really of a timely nature. They're petitioning today around NAFTA. And so these petitioners are requesting that the Government of Canada, during the NAFTA renegotiations, ensure that no more concessions are made to undermine our supply managed systems, to demand the removal of ISDS provisions, to eliminate the energy proportionality provisions, and to make significant improvements to enhance the enforceability of the agreements on labour and environmental standards, and lastly, to resist further patent extensions and to ensure a fair intellectual property regime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I have two petitions. The first is in regard to the Thames River, and as you will recall, the previous government stripped environmental regulations covered in the Navigable Waters Act, leaving hundreds of rivers vulnerable, including the Thames River in London, Ontario. Now, the current government has promised but failed to reinstate the environmental protections that were gutted from the original act. And so the petitioners call on the Government of Canada to support my bill, C-355, which commits the government to prioritizing the protection of the Thames River by amending the Navigational Protection Act. And of course, this would extend to all the lakes and rivers that we cherish in this country. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, I have a petition in support of postal banking. And as has been stated, nearly 2 million Canadians desperately need an alternative to payday lenders. They are predators in our neighbourhoods, Mr. Speaker, and often it's the poor, marginalised, rural and Indigenous communities who suffer most. And so, because there are 3,800 Canada Post outlets in rural areas not covered by banks and credit unions, and Canada Post has an incredible infrastructure and could easily make a transition to include postal banking, these petitioners ask the Parliament of Canada to support motion M166 and create a committee to study and propose a plan for postal banking to the benefit of all Canadians.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of 25 members of my community who call on the government to discard plans for a goat dairy prison farm at Joyceville Institution to prevent the use of animals in prisoner rehabilitation programs, except under sanctuary or animal therapy models. Mr. Speaker, I would add that I find it extremely important to always represent my constituents and bring forward petitions as they present them to me. Unfortunately, with this particular one, I don't particularly agree with the content of it, and I think my previous speeches in the House speak to that. However, I do I do see the need to make sure that their voices are heard, and as a result, I present this to the House today. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
There are more bulk carriers anchored in the Salish Sea than we've ever seen before. And so today in the House, I table petitions from, this is a continuation of thousands of signatures that we've had calling on the Transport Minister not to approve 5 new bulk anchorages proposed for Gabriola Island, where I live. 5 new anchorages, each for 300-meter freighters that are at risking oil spill, habitat destruction, and jobs dependent on the sport industry. There are signatories from Abbotsford, Surrey, Fort McMurray, Saskatoon, Nanaimo, Gabriola Island, and we commend the petition to the Transport Minister.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the government's response to question 1595 to question 1609 could be made for orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered at this time. Okay, notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand also at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons, consideration at report stage of Bill C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act.
As there is no motion at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to voting on the passage of the bill at report stage.
By Ms. Chagar, moves that Bill C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act as amended, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour, please say, carried. I guess, yeah, there's no nays. Very good. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Ms. Chagar, moves that Bill C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to have the opportunity to begin the debate on Bill C-21, now at third reading stage in the House of Commons. The Public Safety Committee has carefully considered this legislation and reported it back to the Chamber with a great deal of consensus and support. I would like to thank the committee for the hard work that was done and note that one amendment related to the length of time that exit information may be retained after it is collected was adopted by the committee. The original version of the legislation allowed for this time limit to be set at some future date by regulation. The NDP put forward an amendment for a 15-year retention period in the law itself, and this amendment found majority support among committee members. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that the amendment makes the bill stronger, and the government is very happy to accept it. Before I discuss the specifics of Bill C-21, I cannot stress enough, Mr. Speaker, how important a smooth, secure, and well-functioning border is to both us and the United States. Tous les jours, quelques 400...
Every single day, about 400,000 people and $2.5 billion in bilateral trade cross our border with the United States in both directions. We have often reaffirmed with our American counterparts our mutual commitment to create a border that is safer and more favorable to prosperity. Both of these objectives go together, and the bill before us today is an important step in accomplishing this.
Bill C-21 will help us not only ensure our border with the United States is more secure, but also ensure that our immigration system and social benefit system is better equipped to perform as intended. Many Canadians would probably be surprised to find out that we do not currently have a system to track when somebody departs Canada. In fact, we have never had that kind of system. Most other developed countries keep track of who leaves as well as who arrives. Canada, of course, does an excellent job of taking note of who is entering our country, but we need to address the security loophole and catch up to the rest of the world on who is leaving the country. Canadians might also be surprised to know that the Canada Border Services Agency has actually very few powers in the law to stop goods from leaving Canada, even if they are aware that the goods should not leave the country. So the legislation needs to be fixed, and Bill C-21 deals with both of these issues. Firstly, Bill C-21 will amend the Customs Act to enable the collection of basic exit information when someone leaves our country. With a clearer picture of who is exiting Canada, we can ensure the efficient movement of legitimate trade and travel and keep our border more secure. Currently, this information is only tracked on foreign nationals and permanent residents leaving Canada by the land border for the United States. It would be helpful, I think, to consider some examples of how the new legislation would be useful to the CBSA. It could, for instance, help to determine if a foreign national is overstaying his or her visitor visa. Canada is a welcoming country, but we expect those who are visiting us to abide by the terms of their visas and travel documents, including any expectation that when their visa has expired, they would return to their home country. At the moment, Mr. Speaker, without Bill C-21, we can never know for sure. Another example is tracking the exit of those who are inadmissible to Canada and have been issued a removal order. Currently, many individuals in that situation simply board a flight at their own cost and depart on their own initiative. However, with no way to track exit information, the Canada Border Services Agency can't close the file. The result is often the issuance of immigration warrants for people who may already have left the country. The exit information that will be collected is brief, basic, straightforward, and unobtrusive. It includes name, nationality, date of birth, gender, and the issuing authority of the travel document. In other words, Mr. Speaker, that's nothing more than is found on page 2 of everyone's passport, along with the time and the place of departure. This information will be gathered without imposing any new requirements on the traveling public. When a person leaves Canada by land, they will, as usual, show their passport to the U.S. border officer, and the U.S. will automatically send that basic information back to Canada automatically. This is a reciprocal arrangement with the U.S., which is in fact already receiving information about people departing that country and arriving in Canada via the land border. For those leaving by air, air carriers will collect the basic passport data from passenger manifests and provide it to CBSA before departure. In addition to the benefits I outlined earlier, C-21 will be of great use to law enforcement. Canadian authorities will be better able to combat cross-border crime, respond to national security threats, prevent the illegal export of controlled goods, ensure the integrity of our immigration system, and protect taxpayers' dollars by making it easier to identify cases of identity fraud and abuse in certain government programs. A good example is in the event of a kidnapped child and the ensuing Amber Alert that would be issued. When an Amber Alert is issued and shared with the CBSA, they will be able to create a lookout for the missing child or for a suspected abductor. If those individuals should cross the land border, U.S. border officials will send the exit information back to CBSA almost instantaneously. When the name of the child matches the Amber Alert, CBSA will be able to inform the RCMP that that particular person has left the country. The RCMP can then coordinate with American counterparts to locate the child and apprehend the offender. Or, if the lookout matches someone on the passenger manifest of an imminent outbound flight, police could possibly intercept the abductor right at the airport and rescue the child before takeoff. Mr. Speaker, the same principle would apply in the case of known high-risk travelers. Currently, those on the Passenger Protect program list, or what we call the no-fly list, can be denied boarding if they attempt to travel overseas to join a terrorist organization. However, to be listed on the Passenger Protect program, the government must have sufficient evidence for intelligence to merit the listing. That is a rigorous process. A target at the early stages of an investigation might not yet meet the threshold for formal listing and could still freely travel out of the country, leaving authorities with no way to know that they are gone. C-21 will create a record of that departure, which can help our intelligence and police agencies build a future case. If the person has been flagged to CBSA by either CSIS or the RCMP, those agencies could get advance warning that the individual is leaving several days before his or her flight departs. And for investigative purposes, that is very useful information. It will also be an important tool for Canada's efforts to combat human trafficking. For example, if police are investigating a case of human trafficking, border officials could alert the RCMP if any of the suspects leave the country or are planning an outbound flight. This could help police determine the location of a suspect or a victim of human trafficking. It could help determine the travel patterns of suspects or victims, which in turn makes it easier to identify human smuggler destinations or implicated criminal organizations. And it could help police to identify other suspects or victims by learning who is traveling with the individual in question. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-21 will also help immigration officials to make better informed decisions and better use their resources. For instance, a permanent resident who is applying for citizenship must have spent at least 1,095 days in the past 5 years physically in Canada. Without exit information, this can be very difficult for both the government and the citizenship applicant to prove. C-21 will also help to protect taxpayer dollars by reducing fraud and abuse of certain federal programs that have residency requirements. By establishing when people leave Canada, we will be better able to determine who is and who is not eligible for certain benefits that are tied to Canada being your official country of residence. Of course, when people are entitled to benefits based on their residence in Canada, those benefits are properly and generously provided by Canadian taxpayers. But eligibility criteria exist for a reason, and Canadians would expect the government to administer these programs responsibly, and that means making sure the rules are properly adhered to. Seniors currently collecting old age benefits in accordance with the law, like old age security, for example, will not be affected. And that is because once you have 20 years of residence in Canada as an adult, your OAS becomes fully portable no matter where you live. And Medicare eligibility will also not be affected because exit information will only be used in the administration of federal programs. The information would not be shared with provinces. This bill also includes measures to strengthen the ability of the Canada Border Services Agency to deal with smuggling and the illegal movement of goods out of Canada. This issue, members will remember, featured prominently in the report of the Auditor General in the fall of 2015. That report found that improvements were needed to combat the unlawful export of controlled or dangerous goods, including illegal drugs and stolen property. Even more importantly, as we are in the midst of NAFTA negotiations, these new powers will help to ensure that the CBSA can better combat the flow of counterfeit goods to our neighbours to the south, as well as the illicit diversion or transshipment of strategic products like steel or aluminum. Currently, the Customs Act only prohibits the smuggling of goods into Canada, but not out of Canada. This legislation will address that gap in the law by making it an offence to smuggle prohibited, controlled, or regulated goods out of the country. Prior to tabling the legislation, Public Safety Canada proactively reached out to the Office of the Privacy Commissioner. And this was an issue, Mr. Speaker, that was of interest to the Standing Committee. Privacy impact assessments have already been completed for the current and previous phases of implementation of this program, involving the collection of basic data for non-citizens, and summaries of those assessments have been made available on the CBSA website. An additional assessment will be done once this new legislation is passed and the new framework is in place, all to ensure that the requirements of Canada's privacy laws are properly adhered to by this important measure. As we have seen with the debate on Bill C-59, which is our national security legislation, Mr. Speaker, and in particular the information sharing provisions that are in Bill C-59 related to national security, many members of this House are concerned about the prospect of sharing personal information between federal departments. That is, within the government overall, but between one department and another. Let me be clear, however, that under Bill C-21, before any information can be shared between CBSA and any other federal agency or department, a formal information sharing arrangement must be established, and such an arrangement would include information management safeguards and privacy protection clauses. The exchange of information with the United States would also, likewise, be subject to a formal agreement to establish a framework governing the use of any information and to set up mechanisms to address any potential problems. And let me repeat something, Mr. Speaker, that I mentioned earlier, because it is very important when considering the impacts of this legislation on a traveler's privacy. The only information that we are talking about in Bill C-21 is the basic information, the basic facts that appear on page 2 of everybody's passport, which all travelers now voluntarily provide to the customs officers of other countries when they enter those countries. So, Mr. Speaker, this is simply a matter of making sure that the same information is available to Canadian customs officials so that it works both ways. Mr. Speaker, the benefits of C-21 are clear, and I'm glad to note that there has been broad consensus and support in the House for this measure. It will help ensure the efficient flow of trade and travel, which are essential to our country's prosperity, make sure that that continues with a secure border. It will help law enforcement agencies with everything from human trafficking to Amber Alerts. It will help the Immigration Department run its programs with more clarity and certainty. It will help to ensure government benefits go to those who are eligible for them and not to those who are ineligible. It will help to ensure Canada can help to prevent prohibited goods from leaving the country, and all of this can be achieved with virtually no impact on travellers and with robust privacy protection measures in place. In short, Mr. Speaker, this bill is good for Canada, and I look forward to it coming into force at the earliest possible time, and I thank the House for its consideration.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Okay. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad I have the opportunity to raise my concerns in this place regarding Bill C-21. New Democrats take the personal information and privacy concerns of Canadians very seriously. And it is also clear that since this bill was first introduced in June of 2016, Canadians have become increasingly concerned with the privacy of their personal information, as we have seen numerous troubling situations of data breaches, unscrupulous data collection and mining, and targeted misinformation campaigns based on collected personal data, to just name a few things. Just last month, we learned that Facebook estimates that over 620,000 Canadian users had their data improperly shared with Cambridge Analytica. In 2017, we found out that Equifax, one of the 3 largest credit agencies in the world, was hacked, and the personal, financial, and identification information of an estimated 19,000 Canadians were stolen. While these data breaches were in the private sector, we know that this can occur in the public sector as well. In 2016, we learned of an employee at the Canada Revenue Agency improperly accessing personal accounts and a loss of a DVD containing confidential tax information of 28,000 taxpayers in the Yukon. Canadian taxpayers also had to pay roughly $17.5 million when the government settled a class action lawsuit at the end of 2017 regarding the loss of personal information for roughly 580,000 Canada student loan recipients that occurred 5 years ago. Professor Wesley Wark, a security intelligence expert, stated regarding the data that would be collected under Bill C-21 that, and I quote, "There's been a lot of concern over the years in Canada and somewhere about data breaches where various malicious actors, criminal groups, hackers, foreign governments are going after information held by the Canadian government, and this big database will be an attractive target," end quote. It is our duty as elected representatives to take the privacy and security of our constituents' personal information very seriously, and we must ensure that the utmost care anytime where authorization of the collection of data is given. We must be even more careful when we authorize that data be shared with entities that we have no jurisdiction or control over what they do with it. Bill C-21 does just that. I and my New Democratic colleagues are concerned that the Liberal government is not taking the privacy concerns of Canadians and the recommendations of experts on these matters as seriously as they need to be. We saw this in Bill C-59 and again here in Bill C-21. This bill will amend the Customs Act to allow for the collection and sharing with the United States authorities the exit information on all persons leaving Canada, including Canadian citizens. Currently, No authority exists in the Customs Act to collect exit information from travelers, including Canadian citizens, and there's only limited authority to question travelers departing Canada. Bill C-21 would be a significant departure from the current situation. When he spoke on the bill, my esteemed colleague from Boulay-Chambly spoke about how the government continues to try and suggest that there is nothing to worry about, that this is just a collection and sharing of basic information, just information that is found on page 2 of a passport. But as I said, at any time we're expanding our data collection, we need to be sure we actually need to do this, that this data will be adequately protected and that it will not lead to any undue harm for Canadians. That third piece is the most important. The role of the Canadian Border Services Agency is not to hand over Canadian information to foreign authorities. The role of the Canadian Border Services Agency, first and foremost, is to protect Canada. Once the CBSA turns over data to the United States, there is no way to know how the information will be used. There is no way to know how long they will keep that record. More troubling, there is no equivalent to the Office of the Privacy Commissioner of Canada in the United States. In fact, when my honourable colleague, the member from Salisbury-Sherwood, spoke to this bill, she pointed out the alarming surveillance that occurs in the United States that the world learned about through the whistleblower Edward Snowden. As we debated this bill at third reading, given the length of time that it has taken to reach this stage, we need to acknowledge and examine how things have changed since this bill was first tabled with the nation we will be routinely sharing this information with. The election of Donald Trump has brought a very real anti-immigration, anti-foreigner streak to the highest level of office in that country. We see this is not just with refugee claimants crossing into Canada irregularly from the United States, hoping that the Canadian system will provide them a fair opportunity to hear their case. We also have seen numerous occasions of Canadians entering or attempting to enter the United States and being mistreated and profiled based on the color of their skin. American authorities, emboldened by a president who pursues shutting down American borders to Muslims and building a wall to keep Mexicans out, have subjected Canadians to inappropriate questioning and profiling when they attempt to make a routine border crossing. In fact, I rose in this place 3 times in February 2017 and on the 9th, the 13th, and 22nd, asking the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness and the Prime Minister what actions will be taken to ensure Canadians would not be subjected to racial profiling while attempting to cross the border into the United States. We heard about Fadwa Alawi, a Muslim Canadian born in Morocco. Her passport, her Canadian passport, was not enough. She was berated by the U.S. border guards about how often she attended her mosque, what her views were on the president, and even asked if she knew who were killed in the Quebec City mosque attack. After 4 hours of feeling humiliated, she gave up and drove home. The Liberals kept assuring parliamentarians and the public that Trump's travel bans and rhetoric would not impact Canadians. But the stories continued. We heard about the 19-year-old Yassine Aber. Mr. Aber was a student at Sherbrooke University and a member of the school's track and field team. As part of the team, he was traveling into the United States to participate at a track meet. Mr. Aber was born in Canada, was traveling on a Canadian passport that didn't expire until 2026. His parents came to Canada from Morocco over 25 years ago. He was subjected to similar harassment for 5 hours. His phone was seized, and he was forced to give to the agent his password for his phone. He was the only person of the 20 to be subjected to this. And only Mr. Aber was ultimately refused entry. He was told that he wasn't allowed to cross because he didn't have a valid visa. Mr. Speaker, Canadian citizens with valid passports do not require visas to enter into the United States. These were acts of discrimination and profiling, plain and simple. It was also brought to my attention through the sharing of an access to information request done that dozens of Canadians born abroad have had their Nexus card revoked for vague reasons. It is under this context that we would be passing and enacting Bill C-21. Mr. Speaker, in addition to there not being a U.S. equivalent to our privacy commissioner, President Trump signed an executive order explicitly stating that persons who are not U.S. citizens are now excluded from what protections are offered under the United States privacy legislation. It is under this context that the CBSA will be turning over the information of Canadian citizens to their American border counterparts. Canada's Privacy Commissioner has expressed concerns regarding Canada's privacy framework. In 2016, he stated, and I quote, "If you allow greater information sharing, the legal standards authorizing this activity should be such that law-abiding, ordinary Canadians who should have nothing to fear from surveillance activities of the states are not caught by the information sharing regime. Canadians should also hear about the impact of certain surveillance measures on democratic rights and privacy. A more balanced and comprehensive national discussion is needed," end quote. When it comes to the collection and sharing of their personal data, I believe that you will easily find that most Canadians have moved well beyond the idea that if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to worry about. Canadians are weary of their personal information being shared among government agencies and Canada's foreign partners because of previous acts passed, such as Harper's government's Bill C-51. The current government's plan to collect and share even more personal information without proper independent oversight of our national security agencies is of great concern to New Democrats. The Canadian Border Services Agency was never required to collect information on those exiting Canada, as that was the responsibility of the agency to where the individual was traveling to. There is a real concern that Canadian authorities are being asked by foreign governments to hand over personal information of Canadians, and that should not be the responsibility of the CBSA. Our border agency's sole purpose is to protect Canada, not to hand over Canadian information to foreign authorities. In the case of extenuating circumstances where such information needs to be shared, such as threats to national security or criminality, the relevant police agencies such as the RCMP and CSIS are already in contact with their international counterparts. In these cases, existing legislations and practices are already applicable. So in many ways, Bill C-21 is a solution in search of a problem. To date, the government has failed to truly show this House why this legislation is needed and failed to provide real assurances that the risks of this additional data collection and data sharing are properly addressed and mitigated. Given the current context that we will be entering into this new level of data collection and sharing, it is my opinion and my colleagues that Bill C-21 needs to be opposed. During his appearance at the Public Safety Committee for the study of Bill C-21, my colleague questioned the Privacy Commissioner on whether information sharing programs implemented under the former controversial Bill C-51 apply to data collected at the border under Bill C-21. The Privacy Commissioner stated, and I quote, "Yes, the information collected under Bill C-21 on people leaving Canada could very possibly be shared through the measures established under Bill C-51. He went on to reaffirm that, and I quote, "As you know, I have commented on Bill C-51 as to the standard under which information sharing is permitted. In my opinion, the standard established under Bill C-51 is too permissive when it comes to information sharing. I stand by those comments," end quote. Once again, we have no ability to control what American authorities do with this data once it's shared. And as I illustrated in examples earlier, Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians are being impacted at the border by President Trump's rhetoric and policy. Instead of standing up for Canadians who are being targeted and profiled by Canadian border agents on the basis of their skin color and religion, the Liberal government appears instead to be committed to offering to make their job easier by collecting for them and turning over more personal data. It is the responsibility of the government to protect public safety and to defend civil liberties. This government has failed to show that Bill C-21 does either of these things. Until it is able to do so, the government needs to shelve this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not too sure in terms of to what degree the member really understands what it is that the bill is doing. At least she's confused me a little bit on it. My understanding is that the information that she takes great objection to, Mr. Speaker, is that when a Canadian, for example, crosses the border, a U.S. immigration agent will say, well, can I see your passport? You take a look at page 2, let's say, on your passport, and there's some very basic information. So that information is often collected by the U.S., and the only communication of information isn't coming from Canada to U.S., it's the U.S. Communicating it to Canada. And is she saying that we should not be looking for that kind of information? I don't quite understand what her position is on that issue. Does she believe, what specifically is it that the member or the NDP finds so offensive that the information gathered is on page 2 of the passport? They're looking at the passport anyway, and that information that is collected is actually given to the Canadian government. What's wrong?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps the member actually didn't pay any attention to my speech, because if he did, he would realize the points to which I had raised, why the NDP is concerned with Bill C-21. And specifically at the committee, this question was asked of the Privacy Commissioner. And let me just repeat this for the member, for his clarity. During his appearance at the Public Safety Committee for the study of Bill C-21, my colleague questioned the Privacy Commissioner on whether information sharing programs implemented under the former controversial Bill C-21 apply to data collected at the border under Bill C-21. The Privacy Commissioner stated, quote, yes, the information collected under Bill C-21 on people leaving Canada could very possibly be shared through the measures established under Bill C-51. Now, if that doesn't ring alarm bells for the member, it should. It should. Canadians have already voiced the grave concern around Bill C-51, and now we're bringing another provision that would very possibly allow for further information sharing, to which the Privacy Commissioner actually raised at the committee, Mr. Chair.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Speaker, would the honourable member not concede that the very thing she's complaining about in Bill C-51 is in fact being amended and improved and changed in Bill C-59? C-51 was the Conservative bill. C-59 is the current bill that is being dealt with by this Parliament to correct the problems existing of C-51.
Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank the ministers for his question. You know what I would much rather like to see? I would like this government, the Liberal government, to repeal Bill C-51. I think that's what Canadians wanted to see, and we did not have that. Let's just be clear about that. And then under this situation with Bill C-21, there are concerns to which the Privacy Commissioner had raised and brought to the attention of the committee. And so in terms of the information sharing, the privacy information sharing, the data that's been collected, you know, what will happen with that data? At a time when we have so much concerns around data breach and privacy concerns, why would the government embark in a process that would allow for further information to be shared? If the minister and the government really want to address this issue in a wholesome way, they might actually start by repealing Bill C-51.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that exchange proves exactly the point from the last election. Canadians were not prepared to trust the Conservatives with their privacy, and they were not prepared to trust the NDP with their safety. And this example has exactly proven the point.
Honourable Minister, or the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am so enjoying this debate. So let me just say this. You know what? The Liberals promised Canadians many, many things in the last election. And you know what? Canadians trusted them. They believed them. They said that they were going to bring in a new electoral system, an election system. And then what did they do? They failed to actually abide by that commitment, and they betrayed Canadians. Exactly, that's what this government's doing. And then that's not just the only issue. Another issue, Kinder Morgan. This government promised Canadians, promised British Columbians that they would not allow for Kinder Morgan, they would not approve Kinder Morgan to go through under Harper's process. And what did they do? They did exactly that. They approved Kinder Morgan under Harper's process. You know what? You want to talk about betrayal? Canadians will know, and I hope that Canadians will remember what this Liberal government did.
We have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, I just ask that the member get back to the point of Bill C-21. We're talking about the border crossings and entries and the way we handle visas and passports, and of course she's off on a different tangent altogether.
Well, as I've said in the past, I think it's important that we allow members to take whatever course they may to get to the point they want to make. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East, did she want to finish up and bring it back to the pertinent point?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I'd like to finish up. So my point in response to the Minister of Public Safety around how Canadians chose them and not the Harper government, and he's right, they did. But you know what? Canadians also expected this government to follow through on the commitments that they made to Canadians, and they failed on multiple levels, Mr. Chair. And on this issue around safety, on the issue around security and information sharing, I think we, on this side of the House with the New Democrats, believe that Canadians would want more from this government. And I am telling you, I do not believe that they want our privacy information to be shared with the United States, with zero accountability from the United States, because we will not know what they will do with our data.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I'm just listening to the arguments put forward by the NDP in disbelief. She's worried about privacy, but every time she walks up to the border, she's providing her passport voluntarily with all her private information. For those of us that have Nexus cards, we've already provided that private information to the U.S. Border and Customs Services so that we could get our Nexus card. And of course, this is the party, the NDP, they're making the argument that we should let all the undocumented, illegal border crossers, jump the queue and come running across and flood our system here in Canada without providing their proper identification. It is just beyond me that they are willing to trade away privacy and security with one issue and then say the complete opposite when it comes down to Canadians actually having to work with our U.S. Neighbours so that we can have an expedited process in clearing the border.
Member for Vancouver.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his questions and comments. So let me just say this very clearly. When you go to a border and you show them the passport, they don't collect the information as data. That is the difference, to which they are collecting the information as data, and then they will be sharing the information with we don't know who. And then the President himself has made a clear statement to say that that information will not be subject to the United States laws, by the way, in terms of privacy. Our own privacy commissioner had actually raised concerns at committee around this. So, you know, maybe the members are just saying, don't worry about it, it's all good. Now, on the issue around asylum seekers, I do actually want to address that just for a moment, Mr. Chair, if you indulge me. On the issue around asylum seekers, the fact of the matter is these are irregular crossers. They're coming over. Canada is a signatory to the UN Convention on Refugees and Protocol. And because of that, we accept asylum seekers when they come to this country. And then after they arrive in this country, they will be processed accordingly and go through all of the screening to determine whether or not they are a valid refugee. And if they are through the IRB, then they will have status here. And if not, then they would have to leave the country. The members know this very well, but they persist on ensuring that misinformation is put out there in the broader community, all for what? With exception to fear-monger, and which is really the purpose of the Conservative Party's approach to asylum seekers. And that is just shameful, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. Nous avons le temps pour une question très...
We have time for a very short question, 30 seconds. 30 seconds for the answer as well. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to invite my colleague to listen, because clearly the Parliamentary Secretary has underestimated our critics' knowledge of this important file. And is that not the problem with the government? They think that anything goes, and they think that people will simply swallow anything that they put forth when it comes to their policies.
In 30 seconds or less, please.
Well, thank you very much to my colleague for his comments. And indeed, and the whole point of this is about Canadians and ensuring that the Canadians have the reassurances of government that they have their best interests at heart. And this bill, in the mind of New Democrats, we do not believe that the government has done taken the measures to ensure that the interests of Canadians are at heart. And they have not, frankly, answered the question to which the Privacy Commissioner had advanced and put on the table.
Order, please. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Status of women. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood, the Environment. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to rise and debate for the second time on Bill C-21 and speak about changes to the Customs Act. And I'm going to premise my remarks upon the fact that many people in this House of Commons change over time. Sometimes the change is dramatic. I've highlighted the dramatic change of the Deputy House Leader of the Liberals, my friend from Winnipeg, who speaks in this House far more than everyone else. So he's just a treasure trove of contrary positions on a whole range of issues, Mr. Speaker, particularly how hurt personally he was during the Conservative government, whether there was ever an omnibus bill or the use of time allocation. Now he organizes the use of time allocation for his House Leader, Mr. Speaker. There's also some ironies in looking at the longtime member from Saskatchewan, who's now our Minister of Public Safety, because he has been on both sides of every issue, Mr. Speaker, and he's doing so wonderfully today. He gave a speech that extolled the virtues of a common entry-exit system with respect to the United States and tracking exit information of Canadians for a variety of reasons. And he talked about how good those reasons were. But what did he say about it in 2011? Because the entry-exit issue has been part of the Beyond the Border initiative that the Conservative government worked with President Obama for many years, trying to make sure that goods were delivered faster, there was exchange of workers across the border, and that security protocols were respected. What did he say in February 2011? That minister who's now pushing this rapidly through the House, he said, quote, "If we have a common entry and common exit system, does it not follow that Canada no longer has sovereign Canadian control over immigration and refugees? Canadians need to know that is at risk," end quote. Mr. Speaker, it's ironic in 2018 to hear that minister talk about sovereign Canadian control over our border, Mr. Speaker, when his press conference earlier this week in Quebec with several other members of Cabinet shows that their inaction and incompetence has essentially surrendered any sovereign border controls in this country, Mr. Speaker. Due to inaction, due to the desire to keep their centre-left coalition alive, Mr. Speaker, they won't even do the basic enforcement of border rules and regulations, Mr. Speaker. It's astonishing. When the Conservatives were exploring entry-exit visa or system, it was a high priority for our American friends under the Obama administration. The minister expressed concern about it at the time, and now he's driving it through. What else did he say about this, Mr. Speaker, in February 2011. He conceded in many ways that if Canada, under the Conservatives, were to go to a common entry-exit system information sharing with the United States, that it only should be done under specific circumstances, Mr. Speaker. He said this, quote, "Could the Prime Minister at least guarantee minimum gains for Canada?" End quote, Mr. Speaker. So what the minister was saying at the time was that if Canada was to relent to the American request for the sharing of entry and exit information across our border, we should at least extract something in return. What is going to be the guaranteed minimum gains for Canada, Mr. Speaker? That's what he asked for in opposition. And in fact, why did the Conservative government not complete entry and exit information sharing with the American administration? We were fighting for Canadian jobs related to the Keystone XL pipeline, Mr. Speaker. We wanted a gain. We wanted to be treated as a mature partner in the Canada-U.S. relationship. So we were fighting for that gain. So we didn't rush through a bill like C-21, Mr. Speaker. What has Canada achieved under the U.S.-Canada relationship under this Liberal government, Mr. Speaker? What's the minimum gain we're getting now for this entry-exit sharing, Mr. Speaker? Nothing. In fact, NAFTA is at risk. Our steel and aluminum exports are at risk, Mr. Speaker. We're not even consulted on decisions of a security nature made by the United States, Mr. Speaker, and the government can't even get their answers straight on whether they're talking to the Americans about fixing the gap in the Safe Third Country Agreement, Mr. Speaker. That minister suggests they are talking. The immigration minister...
We have a point of order from the member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, you know, we're debating Bill C-21. The member himself has highlighted that and knows that, and now he's talking about something else entirely not related to Bill C-21. Actually, I was, and Mr. Speaker, I was listening quite intently, and frankly, it is not on topic, and I leave that up to you in your capable hands, Mr. Speaker.
Well, once again, as I'd mentioned earlier, I leave it to the members. I'm sure no one elected anyone incompetent or anyone who can't put together an argument. So I'm going to trust the ability of the individual members to come back to the issue, and I'm sure the honourable member will come back to the issue that we're discussing, and he's just trying to make a point in grabbing facts and figures to bring forward. I'll leave it to his discretion, and hopefully we'll be debating the issue at hand. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, through you to that member, I would recommend to her to use research as opposed to anger in her interventions here in the House. I'm talking about the minister who just gave a speech and was questioning her in her questions and comments, Mr. Speaker, on his views on C-20.
Mr. Speaker, I take offense to the comment the members made about me. When I raised the issue, yes, I'm passionate about the issue, and so are many other members in this House who expressed their point of view. And I take offense for the fact that he has specifically highlighted my passion on this issue as somehow, for his interpretation, for it to be anger. And I ask the member to withdraw that comment.
Well, I will leave it to the individual member, but I believe that was an observation of his. The honourable member. That was more of a debate than anything else.
The honourable member is basically underscoring my point. My questions relate to the minister, when he was in opposition, opposed this very type of legislation, Mr. Speaker. He opposed the common entry and exit system that is at the underpinnings of C-21 for people that want to delve into what's in the legislation. That minister who spoke promoting the bill in 2011 opposed it for several reasons. He said it would give up our sovereign control of our immigration and refugee system. I'm suggesting it did not. He said it did at the time, Mr. Speaker. He also then said if Canada is to make an agreement acceding to this request by the Americans to share entry and exit information, that we should extract gains for our country, our national interest in the process, Mr. Speaker. We have not secured gains. This is a Customs Act decision related to travel of our citizens and our residents between our country and the United States, the country we travel to the most, including in British Columbia, including in my province of Ontario, Mr. Speaker. So we should be very clear that if we're going to streamline that with the Americans, that we receive in return respect and things that help our national interests. We are not receiving that, Mr. Speaker, in return for C-21. NAFTA is at risk. The steel workers I met with this week, Mr. Speaker, that normally support the NDP would probably be shocked that it's the Conservatives standing up for them in this House, Mr. Speaker. Our aluminum exports. When the minister asked that Canada get gains for giving the type of power C-21 give, I'd like to see what Canada has secured in return, Mr. Speaker, because it looks like the Canada-U.S. relationship is eroding, Mr. Speaker. And we are imposing more exit requirements on Canadians traveling back and forth across the Canada-U.S. border, Mr. Speaker, at a time that government is ignoring the basic laws that require people to report to a CBSA border check, Mr. Speaker. So all of these issues are deeply related, including Bill C-23, which is a companion piece of legislation to Bill C-21. I've spoken on both bills at length, Mr. Speaker. The changes to pre-clearance should also concern Canadians, because now information will be shared when they leave and go, and the minister alluded to the fact that benefits are tied to these. So it's clear they're going to be going after Canadians for tax purposes, for eligibility for a series of benefits, and sharing that information with the United States, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, changes to Section 94 of the Act, if people want to delve into looking at what those sections provide, now gives border officials upon exit the ability to ask any question of a Canadian going down for a holiday or a business meeting in the United States, Mr. Speaker. I've already told how the Liberal government has failed by not, as part of these discussions on entry and exit, had the American Immigration and Custom Enforcement, the ICE office, the equivalent of the CBSA in the United States, they haven't even been able to get an assurance that ICE will remove the marijuana question from their screening questions. So what this bill means, Mr. Speaker, is that there's going to be any question possible asked by CBSA officials for a Canadian leaving, and we will be sharing that information on Canadians with the United States. Yet, we're legalizing marijuana, and they haven't even gotten assurance from the Americans that their border agents, their ICE agents, won't ask Canadians questions about marijuana use, whether medicinal or legal eventually, Mr. Speaker. Why that should concern people? It can lead to a ban to travel in the United States and could impact someone's employment, Mr. Speaker. So Bill C-21 and Bill C-23 are together and are the border package presented by this government. There's nothing to actually solidify and secure our immigration and refugee and our asylum claim process, Mr. Speaker. And I've said countless times, the best way to make sure we keep a high level of Canadian confidence in our system, from the people that are in the queue now to the people that are looking at coming to Canada through our refugee system or through our immigration system, is that it runs by a rules-based fair process. That's fair. We're a rules-based country, Mr. Speaker. And while we're looking at that, the minister is passing this bill, yet not able to get any new assurances with respect to the Safe Third Country Act, Mr. Speaker. I would note that that minister, referring back to the comments I said he made in 2011, that member was also a member of the Chrétien government in 2002, which negotiated the Safe Third Country Act with the Americans. So what's interesting, Mr. Speaker, is John Manley, with Tom Ridge as the U.S. Homeland Security Secretary at the time, negotiated the Safe Third Country Agreement with respect to asylum claims and seeking asylum, meaning the first country you go to, if you're fleeing persecution, you claim asylum, and that would be recognized. So if it was Canada, it would be Canada. If it was the United States, it would be the United States. And by circumventing proper border checks, whether you call it an irregular asylum claimant, that irregular asylum claimant is also breaking the law by crossing the border, Mr. Speaker. So the system provided for that. And what did the Liberal minister at the time, that was a colleague of the Minister of Public Safety, say? He actually said the Safe Third Country Agreement, which my friend in the NDP wants to toss out or set aside or temporarily suspend, the Safe Third Country Agreement was the Liberal government at the time's response to UN rules with respect to refugees and the Charter of Rights. In fact, those two documents John Manley referred to in the House of Commons on May 7, 2002, when he said this: both of these, referring to Convention on Refugees and the Charter of Rights, Mr. Speaker, both of these drove us to the conclusion that it would be necessary to negotiate a safe third country agreement. End quote, Mr. Speaker. So, the last major border agreement with the United States was by John Manley. The Minister of Public Safety was in cabinet with him. And the next subsequent set of border arrangements with the United States was this minister, C-21 and C-23, actually giving American customs agents the ability to search Canadians on Canadian soil, Mr. Speaker. Yet they won't even touch the loophole in the Safe Third Country Agreement. So, Canadians should be concerned, Mr. Speaker. I raise this because there's been a lack of attention to the border, to a rules-based system with respect to asylum claims and immigration. There's been a risk that our border will become thick for commercial transit, Mr. Speaker. That is a real risk for just-in-time manufacturing, particularly for the auto industry that touches my riding, touches Windsor, Oakville. If the border thickens and goods are slowed and people are slowed, Mr. Speaker, we will lose jobs and investment in Canada. And right now, that minister in 2011, when the Conservatives looked at the Beyond the Border initiative with this entry-exit piece to it, Mr. Speaker, he said, you better get something for Canada out of this, Mr. Speaker. But this minister is now urging the House to support it, and our relationship with the United States is atrophying. In fact, even NAFTA is at risk under this government, Mr. Speaker. So what I'd like the minister to say is, here is what Canada's national interest is going to be gained. This is what we're going to gain from C-21 and its companion bill, C-23. The minister in his remarks also mentioned human trafficking. And that is an issue that I know concerns both sides of this House, Mr. Speaker. And he tried to suggest that we have to support C-21 if we want to combat human trafficking. A compelling argument, because he knows members of our side. Our former colleague from Manitoba, Joyce Smith, has dedicated most of her life to human trafficking. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from London has hosted some events in relation to this issue, Mr. Speaker. We're concerned about this. So I find it telling that the minister raises the human trafficking reason to get behind C-21, but he didn't defend the national plan to combat human trafficking, Mr. Speaker, which this government let expire in the last budget. So a $20 million plan started by the Harper government to actually combat human trafficking, not just have it held up as a reason to vote for entry-exit information sharing, Mr. Speaker. He has the gall, really, to raise human trafficking in this House as a reason we should get behind this bill. Yet his cabinet, that Prime Minister, let the only national program we have to combat human trafficking expire, Mr. Speaker, not be renewed, even though the problem is worse. You know, it reminds me of the fact that the Prime Minister seems to think Stephen Harper is still the leader of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. He goes out so far as to even cancel programs to combat human trafficking because they originated with the Conservatives. So when someone's being brought into Canada across maybe the U.S. border against their will to be involved in the sex trade or abused in other circumstances, Mr. Speaker, That was the only major program. That was cut largely because it was a Harper initiative, Mr. Speaker. And that's sad. And the minister now suggests we should get behind C-21 because of its potential to combat human trafficking, Mr. Speaker. It's unbelievable. And if you look at the minister's viewpoint with respect to entry and exit going back to when he was in opposition, as I said, there is zero consistency. Zero consistency. In fact, going back to the Safe Third Country Agreement, Mr. Speaker, they said they negotiated it to maintain our international obligations with respect to asylum in conjunction with the Charter, Mr. Speaker. And now they're allowing it to be eroded, and public confidence in it to be eroded by it being circumvented, Mr. Speaker. And suggestions that we apply the spirit and the principle of it to the entire border is mocked, Mr. Speaker, even though the underlying principles with respect to declaring asylum in the first country following persecution, Mr. Speaker, was at the basis of the agreement. So we have a quandary. As you can tell, I've been doing my best to show a bit of the hypocrisy of the minister on this specific issue. But going back to the start of my comments, we actually initiated this under the Conservative government. So this is one time you won't hear the minister referring to the Harper government, Mr. Speaker. They blame the Harper government for anything. If it rains in Canada, that's the Harper government. But now they're basically implementing a Harper government initiative. They're not calling it Beyond the Border, they're calling it C-21, and they won't mention Harper. And they make it sound like it's their own idea, and they're doing it to support human trafficking. And by the way, they're cutting the program on human trafficking. So here's my quandary. I support the bill, but I don't support them, Mr. Speaker.
Me neither.
Because Canadians can't be trusted. And you just need to look to the record. And I invite Canadians following this debate, do some of the basic research I do, the Open Parliament website. If we printed out the listing for the Liberals' Deputy House Leader, it would fill 18 volumes, Mr. Speaker, of nuggets he's given us over the years showing his inconsistency. As I said, Mr. Speaker, we're trying to get to the heart of this, show the minister that we appreciate he's picking up the Harper mantle on the border when it comes to Beyond the Border initiative. We appreciate that he is starting to understand why trade is important. I'm not sure if the minister was around in the 1988 election when the Liberals ran against U.S. free trade, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad they're coming around to the importance in trade and good relations with the United States. But I would sincerely hope that the next time the minister speaks on Bill C-21, he gives a big thank you to Stephen Harper for this legislation.
I like that idea. Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Montarville.
The Honourable Member from Montarville.
Merci au collègue de Durham.
Thank you to my colleague for Durham, whom we miss at committee. It's a shame that he's focusing so much on human trafficking because it is one example among so many others. On that, I would like to hear, is he not of the opinion, when he raised the quote of the Prime Minister from 2011, those same concerns, those same challenges are what we're trying to solve? Regardless of the stakeholder, all of this needs to be done under the protection of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which protects us from any foreign interference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, and I enjoyed my time on the Public Safety Committee with him, or kind of with him, because the government has parliamentary secretaries who kind of sit there and observe, but unfortunately they're not as involved as really they should be. And that member has considerable experience in public safety issues, and that would be appreciated in the discourse. As I said, the Charter of Rights, which grew out of the Diefenbaker Bill of Rights, is something I think all Canadians can be proud of. And it's why the Safe Third Country Agreement, like any type of traffic across the border, including the exit of Canadians under C-21, Mr. Speaker, must respect Charter rights. As I said, C-21 and C-23 read together, when you're looking at C-23 is allowing American ICE officials to search, including a body search of Canadians on Canadian soil. These are the most profound two bills on our border that our Parliament has seen. Safe Third Country Agreement handled asylum claims, and I talked about how John Manley and his colleague, the Minister of Public Safety, thought it was appropriate to have a rules-based system. Rules-based system that was consistent, in their words, with the Charter, with the Geneva Convention and international obligations with respect to refugee. And that's what we should all support. What we should be worried about, Mr. Speaker, is when this bill is being introduced under the premise of human trafficking, yet they're cutting the national program to combat human trafficking. This bill is also being premised upon improving the use of the border, while at the same time the government's not even speaking on one page with respect to the Safe Third Country Agreement, Mr. Speaker. We need a rules-based system to make sure Canadians maintain confidence in our world-class system.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I found that to be a very interesting speech. It kind of reminded me of when I was in law school, and one of the things you would do is flip to the end of the decision to find out what the conclusion was, and then you could read through the long reasons. And when I flip to the conclusion on this one, what I hear is, in fact, that he supports this bill, which is wonderful to hear from my colleague across the way. I'm happy to hear that. And so we will stick with that, because that is the most important part to be bringing from what his comments were. However, as a parent, one of the things that really drew my heart, and when I heard the minister speak a bit about it earlier today, and also at committee, because I am now a member of this committee, is about how the functionality can work with the Amber Alert, and that we can find out more quickly when people are leaving the country, and that has safety implications for our youth, our children. And perhaps if he could speak to why this is important in order to help protect our youth when we have a situation such as an Amber Alert.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member from Toronto Danforth taking me back to law school as well, where you often with those long decisions would want to flip to the end to sort of see where they were getting to. But she should note that the ratio from my decision here today is that the minister and the government needs to be more consistent on these issues. When they didn't support the Beyond the Border initiative because they said they wanted Canada to get a big win vis-a-vis the United States, they should state to us what that win is in return for C-21 now. So it's about consistency as much as it is about supporting the underlying elements of this bill. But she did highlight something that is important. The Amber Alerts, Missing Child Canada is something I have my social media feeds tied to, Mr. Speaker, to leverage the power of the network effect to tackle these. This bill will help us share information on the border in kidnapping or even custodial situations. We should applaud that. I said publicly that when the government finally moved on the no-fly list kids with respect to names on a no-fly list that are able to be removed in the United States due to the redress system, we didn't have a redress system, and we saw that there was bad data, Mr. Speaker. It was unfair to Canadians, and it was also bad data that was going to make our security assessments complicated. So I praise the government when they listened to many members from all sides of this House to provide families with that. We're only going to be traveling more, Mr. Speaker. That's why we have to be able to rely upon the programs, have Canadians aware of the fact that they may have to answer any question at the border and that their information will be shared. But the border itself also has to be respected. And we can't ignore public policy challenges because they're difficult issues. Yes, it is difficult to govern. But that's what we're here for, Mr. Speaker. And inaction, and actually the sideshow we've seen lately with respect to our border, is slowly going to erode public confidence. And that's something all parliamentarians should work against happening, because we've benefited throughout our entire history from a safe, effective, and generous immigration and refugee system.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's relatively unknown, but I had undergone training to become a border officer. They are very busy people. There's a lot to do. And I'm wondering what my colleague thinks of this additional task that we're imposing on them to go and get all of this personal information, confidential data, to communicate it to the United States. Why are we subcontracting for our neighbors?
Durham.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really liked the question. I have a lot of respect for our police forces and our border officers.
He knows well the great work done by our men and women at the border. This absolutely, he's right. This bill and its companion C-23 do complicate their roles, Mr. Speaker. They already have immense challenges at our border, particularly as we've seen in Quebec lately, Mr. Speaker. This is why, in many ways, we provided additional peace officer powers for CBSA agents in the last government, Mr. Speaker. We armed agents at the border, Mr. Speaker, for the first time in our history, not because we don't like having the world's longest undefended border. I think Canadians are very proud of that. But when we task CBSA agents to go after drugs, to go after illegal weapons brought in from the United States, that's where the problem is, Mr. Speaker, not the way the government's been suggesting lately. But when we ask them to go after those organizations, we have to make sure they have the tools to do the job, the training to do the job, the numbers to do the job, Mr. Speaker. C-21 and C-23 are huge enhancements, and not all of it can be done through computerization, Mr. Speaker, particularly at the frequency. So now we have a situation where border resources are stretched thin. There's additional requirements. There's going to be American ICE agents as a part of C-23 on our soil searching Canadians. And we have an IRB process that the minister's own documents warn, due to their inaction, will go to 11-year wait times for IRB processing. 11 years, Mr. Speaker. It's remarkable. And the social cost associated with that, mainly for the provinces, in 4 years alone will be $2.9 billion. So I know my colleagues in Quebec and the Conservative caucus, and certainly in the NDP as well, have been looking at this. How can we make sure our CBSA agents have the tools they need to do the job? And how can we make sure decisions related to the border, both C-21 and others, don't overstress the social costs on our provincial partners, Mr. Speaker? That, too, will erode overall confidence in the system, Mr. Speaker. So, getting to the decision again, I'm supportive of C-21, but I want to see a much more serious approach taken with respect to travel across our borders, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to share my time with my esteemed colleague from London North Centre. And I'm also pleased to rise today to speak about Bill C-21, which will amend Customs Act to make our borders and streets safer. Mr. Speaker, even though the NDP has some concerns about collection of information, Mr. Speaker, I want to ensure Canadians that this legislation will enable the collection of basic information when someone crosses the border to leave Canada. But I certainly would love to ask the honourable members on the NDP side to support this bill, as this will improve our ability to prevent people from travelling overseas to join terrorist organizations, combat human trafficking, better respond to Amber Alerts, and ensure the integrity of certain social benefit programs with residency requirements. This bill will also help prevent controlled goods from being smuggled out of the country. Over the years, there have been many discussions with our American neighbors about strengthening our relationship that currently sees 400,000 people and $2.5 billion in trade cross the border every day. One of the key goals
that both countries are committed to is establishing an entry and exit system through the improved collection of information. Mr. Speaker, currently no information is collected from most individuals exiting Canada. The practice of tracking exit information is followed by many nations around the world, and it is a loophole that needs to be closed here in our country. Currently, CBSA only has the authority to collect exit information on foreign nationals and permanent residents leaving Canada at the land border crossings. Bill C-21 would grant CBSA the authority to collect basic information for all people leaving this country, whether by land or by air. We have to ensure that when individuals leave Canada, we are able to keep track of their exit so that we can prevent people from joining terrorist groups abroad and prevent people from fleeing from Amber Alerts. At the same time, we have a duty to ensure the protection of Canadians' privacy, which is why I want to be very clear, the information that will be collected is very basic. No information other than what is on page 2 of the Canadian passport, such as the name, the date of birth, and the gender, will be recorded along with the time and where you are exiting Canada from. We have worked closely on this matter with the Privacy Commissioner, and we will continue to do so to make sure that the information is only disclosed in accordance with Canadian law. Before CBSA shares any information, there will have to be a formal information sharing agreement that would govern the use of personal information. Once these agreements are in place, police investigations across Canada will be able to benefit from the information, as they will be able to identify if someone they are investigating has fled or is trying to flee Canada. When we discuss responding to Amber Alerts, controlling the flow of illegal drugs into Canada, or responding to national security threats, knowing who has entered Canada is important, but it's also equally important to know who has left. For example, if police are involved in an investigation of a murder or abduction, they will have the ability to consult with CBSA and be alerted if the suspect arrives at any one of our borders in an attempt to escape. At this point, that person can be stopped, or if that person has already left Canada, Canadian police can work with their American counterparts to apprehend the suspect and return them to Canada. We regularly see Amber Alerts of children who have been abducted and taken out of the country. It is heartbreaking to imagine the trauma that children and their loved ones go through. This bill makes sure that we can do more to locate these children and bring them back to safety. The importance and the need to pass this bill is not just to collect information to target those who may be fleeing from a crime. This bill is also important to help the CBSA catch and stop smuggling and illegal flow of drugs and other goods out of Canada. These initiatives are important advances in protecting our borders, increasing safety in our streets, while maintaining the privacy of Canadians. I believe it is important to also add that none of these changes will obstruct or slow the time it takes to go through CBSA at borders or airports. law-abiding Canadians will continue to simply show their passports and cross borders as they normally would. Mr. Speaker, people collecting social benefits in accordance with the law will not be affected by Bill C-21. Anyone who has spent at least 20 years in Canada as an adult is entitled to receive old age security regardless of what country they live in. This bill ensures that we will protect taxpayers' money by making it easier to identify fraud and abuse of social benefit with residency requirements. Another benefit of implementing an entry-exit system for all travelers includes identifying visitors who do not leave Canada at the end of their authorized period of stay. This will allow immigration authorities to make more effective use of resources by eliminating wasted time and resources spent conducting investigations on people who have already left the country. We have brought forward these measures and many others contained in this bill with the understanding that we have a duty to protect the privacy of Canadians, but at the same time, their safety and security. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, we have worked very closely with the Privacy Commissioner of Canada to take concrete steps that the information that is collected is limited and protected from being misused. I hope everyone in this House will join me in supporting this bill to strengthen our borders, to protect Canadians, and to support our police forces with the information that they need to successfully conduct investigations. Again, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to share these words.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Red Deer, Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his speech. The member in his speech claims that C-21 will help crack down on people joining terror groups. Why then has this Liberal government reduced the penalty to as little as a fine for joining terror groups if they truly take this legislation seriously?
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member on the other side for his question. But one thing, Mr. Speaker, I want to ensure the honourable member and also Canadians that this minister and this Prime Minister and this government is committed for the safety and security of Canadians. And there's no room here in Canada and on Canadian soils for any terrorist or any terrorist activities.
That's right. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to ask my colleague if he remembers that his party 2 or 3 years ago dealt with several aspects of this bill. It voted for it, but changed a few things. For example, there were things that they did that generated real fear among Canadians, that they thought somebody might look at the data on their cell phone. Did he know that his own party had committed to changing C-51?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member. One thing I want to tell the member on the other side, that this visionary and a very experienced minister of public safety has brought this bill forward, keeping in mind, first and foremost, responsibility to Canadians is their safety and security. And secondly, to make sure that the information that we are collecting is safe and is shared only in certain ways, and there's only one way, and that's the Canadian way.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm really glad to hear that, covering this hole that we had in our system will be done through C21. But it was also very interesting to hear my colleagues talk about the genuine concerns that our own citizens have when my office is constantly sees seniors come in that have OAS issues, and those that perhaps are even very genuine about their travel history, sometimes have lost a passport or haven't documented accurately their different trips that they have taken outside of Canada, and it becomes really difficult to prove when they left and when they entered, and this can sometimes cause a great hindrance I've seen in the ability of seniors to be able to provide for themselves in their older age. So I was wondering if the member could expand a little bit on what he sees in his riding when it comes to helping vulnerable seniors.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member from Brampton North and all the great work that she does with those vulnerable seniors. And my riding is very similar to the riding from Brampton North. Mr. Speaker, these are the type of difficulties that the seniors are facing every day. When they apply for social benefits, they have to be in Canada for 10 years. Sometimes it's very hard for them to find the copies of the boarding cards, the medical records, and whatnot. But this information, once we bring this bill forward, entry and exit system, this will make those seniors very easy to compile the data to prove that they have completed 10 years of their residency in Canada, and they will be able to entitle to those benefits without any hassle that they are facing today.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in support of Bill C-21 today, an act to amend the Customs Act. Simply put, the proposed changes would provide the Canadian Border Service Agency, or CBSA, with the legislative authority to collect basic exit information on all travellers leaving Canada. The information we're talking about is simple biographical data, such as a name, date of birth, and nationality, just enough to know who left the country and when. Up to now, this is something that the CBSA has not been able to do. The CBSA collects information on all travellers entering Canada, but only collects exit data for non-citizens who leave by land. C-21 will close this information gap by providing a remedy. It authorizes the CBSA to collect exit information on all travellers. For those leaving by land, they'll get it from U.S. Customs and Border Protection, which collects the same information on entry into the United States. And for those leaving by air, they'll get it from the airlines. In other words, travellers won't have to provide any additional information or be otherwise inconvenienced in any way. The process by which information will be collected and exchanged under C-21 was the subject of extensive consultations. The government has made privacy a paramount consideration, Mr. Speaker, in the development of this legislation. The Office of the Privacy Commissioner has been extensively engaged on this subject. In fact, when the Commissioner testified before the Public Safety Committee, which I have the honour of sitting on, he said that the information in question is, quote, not particularly sensitive. Even so, the new system of exit data collection will require the privacy impact assessment be carried out by potentially a number of federal organizations before being implemented, always, of course, in accordance with Canadian law. This is in line with our commitment to accountability and transparency, particularly in the realm of national security. Canada now has the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, and Bill C-59 will create a new review agency for security and intelligence activities. In addition, the Public Safety Minister has said clearly that the government is examining options for a specific review body for CBSA. All of this should give Canadians great confidence that the measures in Bill C-21 will be implemented with the utmost consideration for rights and freedoms, including the right to privacy. The Privacy Commissioner said at the committee that C-21 will serve, quote, important public policy considerations and objectives. And I certainly agree with that, Mr. Speaker. It will, for example, address several security blind spots caused by the fact that we don't currently keep track of who leaves our country. For example, at the moment, we have no way of knowing, very curiously, we have no way of knowing if wanted individuals are fleeing Canada to escape persecution. Similarly, we might not know that an abducted child who is the subject of an Amber Alert, has been taken out of the country, or that someone who is radicalized leaving Canada to join a foreign terrorist group. This lack of information also creates administrative problems. For instance, it complicates the administration of social benefits programs with residency requirements, and it complicates applications for citizenship and permanent residence, because there's no quick and reliable way of knowing that an applicant spent the requisite amount of time in this country. As the Public Safety Committee heard from a senior immigration department official, and I'll quote it here, Mr. Speaker, because I think it's very important to get this on the record, I cannot stress enough how access to this information will enhance program integrity across multiple lines of business by providing IRCC officers with a tool to objectively confirm an applicant's presence in, absence from, entry into, or departure from Canada. Immigration officials also told the committee that C-21 will help to ensure that people who are entitled to Canadian citizenship and permanent residence can get it with a minimum of hassle. Rather than requiring applicants to produce documentation to provide their travel history from years past and expending department resources to conduct investigations and verifications, reliable and accurate information about who was in the country and when will already exist. Bill C-21, furthermore, will address these and other gaps, improving Canada's ability to combat cross-border crime, effectively administer immigration and social benefit programs, and continue to manage the border in a way that contributes to the safety, prosperity of Canada and of Canadians. Most of our allies, have similar systems already in place, including the Five Eyes, Mr. Speaker, and this is for good reason. This legislation will bring Canada in line with our international partners in ways that we have not seen before. As honourable members will know, our highly trained CBSA officials play a critical role in keeping our borders secure and facilitating the flow of legitimate trade and travel 24/7. But, Mr. Speaker, no matter how well we train our border service officers, we must understand that their effectiveness depends on having the right tools, and this includes complete and accurate data. That is why this bill is about accurate, timely, and complete information for border service officers in both Canada and in the United States. Mr. Speaker, we owe it to this country's citizens to close the information gaps that exist in our current border operations. And in this light, I ask all members to support this bill. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Tourist Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from London North Centre for his comments. Mr. Speaker, this bill gives the CBSA the discretion to collect biographical data on travellers as they leave Canada. And they're already overburdened as it is. And I have 6 border crossings on the south side of my border, and I know they're busy as all get out. And with the addition of happening with the illegals entering the country, it's a tremendous burden on them. So my question to him is, what does the government envision so as to not overload our agencies and to take too much data so that to a point where that data becomes useless?
Member for London North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. As I said in my remarks, this bill is the result of wide consultation. And something that this government places in great importance on, Mr. Speaker, is the security of Canadians. It's the paramount responsibility of any state and any government to make sure that security is emphasized and policies are brought forward that underline and protect Canadians' security. The honourable member talks about resources. Well, with all due respect to the honourable member and to the party opposite, it was their government that cut resources from our security agencies when they were in power. We are working with those security agencies, making sure that they receive the funding that they are entitled to. Just a few weeks ago, the party opposite, in fact, voted against funding for the CBSA, for the RCMP, and for other initiatives along security focus, which is very concerning, and I think they have some explaining to do on that front, Mr. Speaker. This government and all of us on this side of the House will continue to take security very seriously. We will fight for that every step of the way.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Montarville.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When I travel to the States with my Nexus card, I enter the United States in an expedited way because of the privileges that I have through the card. And on the way back, I don't even go through customs. It takes 5 minutes to get out, and my information is provided, and the only customs person is the one I give my customs declaration card to when I leave the airport. And I realize that my information has already been registered and that both sides of the border share the information. So the question is not whether there is a work overload, but whether the information that is provided jeopardizes or Canadians' privacy.
Our member for London North Centre.
The member makes a very good point, and I have the privilege of working with him on the Public Safety Committee. He brings a great deal of insight to that committee because of what he did in his previous life, if I can put it that way, Madam Speaker. I've seen there's been a change now. I think this, as I said in the remarks that I just made, this puts us in line with where our allies are, particularly the Five Eyes allies that we have. They are doing similar things. It's about convenience. It's about ensuring that Canadians don't have to dig up data when questions are asked of where they've been. And I know that constituents of mine have expressed this concern. Unfortunately, they've been plagued in the past with constant questions about their whereabouts at particular times. This fixes that, Madam Speaker, and brings us, as I say, in line with international allies and other commitments that we have to Canadians.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands. A brief question, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to ask my colleague a quick question here. The minister, when he had spoken to this, had said that this bill will help protect taxpayers' dollars by reducing fraud and abuse of certain federal programs with residency requirements, and by establishing when people leave Canada, we will be able to better determine who is not eligible for certain benefits. And I guess I wanted to just ask him a quick question about if the bill gives CBSA rather the discretion to follow up on this information. If that information reveals that a permanent resident or citizen is actually living abroad, avoiding taxes and only returning to use social services benefits, what penalties is this government going to be applying to them because it now refuses to revoke citizenship?
The honourable member for London North Centre. A brief answer, please.
There are laws in place, Madam Speaker, to address those sorts of concerns. The exit information would only be disclosed, and this relates in part, not entirely, but in part to what the member is asking. Exit information would only be disclosed in accordance with Canadian law and would adhere to disclosure provisions that are pursuant to both the Privacy Act and the Customs Act. We ensure on this side of the House, my honourable colleague seems to have a concern that perhaps this isn't being done, but when citizens have not abided by their responsibilities and obligations from a legal perspective, there are laws in place to meet those concerns. And this bill is not focused on the concerns that the member raises. This is about making sure that we have a more adequate and efficient system, and again, it's in line with what other international partners are doing.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As my colleagues from the Conservative Party have risen to speak in here, I've actually spoken on this bill already. This is Bill C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act. A majority of the content of the bill is supportable. My issue is that we have a bill in front of Parliament that has absolutely nothing in it right now that is dealing with one of the most emergent problems that we're facing in Canada right now, and that is the fact that we are having tens of thousands of people stream across our border from the United States illegally, and there's nothing in there, or there's been no signal from the government whatsoever that they have any plan to amend the Safe Third Country Agreement. Frankly, I think that would be a more pressing concern than this particular bill, given the fact that this has placed enormous strain on the Canadian Border Services Agency. By the minister's own admission, 99% of the people who have come to Canada illegally over the last year are still in Canada. I have heard reports. My colleague, who's our Shadow Minister for Public Safety, spoke about how he has heard from CBSA that the amount of hours that are spent screening people who are entering the country via this mechanism has been reduced by 400%. I frankly don't understand why the government is putting forward this legislative priority before the summer when there's nothing in here that is going to deal with the solution or the issue that we have at Roxham Road in Quebec. I frankly think that this is an abdication of responsibility, and I will welcome the chance to talk about this at great length at the next reading of this bill.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill will have 8 minutes left the next time that this matter is before the House. I apologize that I have to interrupt, but it being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming consideration of third reading of Bill C-354, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, use of wood, standing in the name of Mr. Cannings.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Nickel-Belt.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to have this opportunity today to speak to Bill C-354, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, use of wood. The government will be supporting this bill as amended at committee stage. I'd also like to thank the member for Okanagan Southwest for having introduced this bill. The government approves this bill with the amendments made at committee because they are consistent with our objectives to support the Canadian forestry sector and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. These objectives must be harmonized with the government's commitment towards a fair, open, transparent procurement process for all suppliers.
Amendment that the government views as achieving that balance. That is why, Madam Speaker, I call on all members of the House to support the bills amended. Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity to explain the background of this amendment. During debate at second reading, we had the opportunity to emphasize the importance of Canada's forestry industry. The forestry industry is one of the industries that built our country. As I said earlier, the industry contributes significantly to Canada today. Last year alone, it accounted for $22 billion of Canada's domestic gross product. The forestry industry puts food on the table for families of more than 200,000 Canadians. This includes 9,500 jobs in Indigenous communities, making the forestry industry one of the leading employers of Indigenous people. This is why initiatives like Bill C-354, aimed at supporting Canadian forestry industry, are deserving of the government's full attention. Madam Speaker, the government is committed to fairness, openness, and transparency in the procurement process. These are fundamental values at the policies of Public Service and Procurement Canada. De plus, des considérations et des...
In addition, considerations and concerns dealing with domestic and international trade obligations were raised by witnesses during consideration of this bill before the Natural Resources Committee. I want to thank all members of the Natural Resources Committee for their rigorous review and detailed analysis of this bill. I'd also like to thank my colleague, the member for Markham Thornhill, who sits on the committee and who put forth an amendment to follow up on the concerns and questions raised by witnesses during consideration of this bill.
I would like to read the amendment in its entirety. In developing requirements with respect to construction, maintenance, or repair of public works, federal real property, or federal immovables, the minister shall consider any reduction of greenhouse gas emissions or any other environmental benefits, and may allow the use of wood or any other thing, including a material, product, or sustainable resource that achieves such benefits. Ultimately, the committee accepted this amendment and referred it back to the House. Madam Speaker, I believe this is a very important amendment. I believe that it may help this proposed legislation to be more effective and ensure this aspect of our support of Canada's forestry industry is on sound footing. It will also ensure fairness, openness, and transparency in federal procurement. Our discussion today on Bill C-354 also gives us the opportunity to measure our government's commitment on taking and helping the Canadian forestry sector and embrace innovation and continue to be a vital part of our communities and our economy. The Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change, for example, calls on all levels of government to encourage greater use of wood in construction. Research is underway on how the National Building Code can update to allow us a more wood in construction. The National Research Council and Natural Resources Canada are exploring innovative solutions and carrying out cutting-edge research and development on the potential use in buildings of up to 12 stories. Currently, there are 500 mid-rise wood buildings in Canada that are complete or under construction or at the planning stages because of code changes nationally and provincially. It is expected that the number will rise in the coming years as familiarity with the building code changes and grows. These effects are the results of broad partnership, including forestry sector, research organizations, academia, industry associations, such as the Council for Wood, federal and provincial governments. Collectively, partners who work together on research, building codes, materials development, education, outreach to create awareness and knowledge on wood construction. Our government is supporting this move to wood through innovation projects across the country and around the world. The Brock Commons Tall House Wood project is both an engineering and architectural showpiece and also an environmental game changer. Storing close to 1,600 metric tons of carbon dioxide and saving more than 1,000 metric tons in greenhouse gas emission. That's the equivalent of removing 511 cars from the roads each year. In Eastern Canada, the government supported the construction of 13-story cross-laminated timber condominium building in Quebec City. The Origin project included 12 stories, mass timber structure on concrete podium. De plus, je tiens à souligner que le bois.
In addition, it's important to point out that wood and wood products are already essential components in meeting the Government of Canada's infrastructure needs. At Public Services and Procurement Canada alone, part of the 15% of $160 million spent for business office maintenance is devoted to wood and wood products. Buildings produce 23% of greenhouse gas emissions in Canada. The department is taking steps to make government operations more sustainable, namely by using the sustainable materials, optimizing the use of space, and reducing energy consumption for federal buildings. And this is part of the government's commitment to reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 80% below 2005 levels by 2050.
As the first federal department to complete a national carbon-neutral portfolio that takes into account all real property-related greenhouse gas emissions and energy reduction initiatives the government has undertaken. The Energy Service Acquisition Program is a great example of one of these initiatives. The goal of this program is to modernize the heating and cooling system that serves about 80 buildings in Ottawa. This includes many of the buildings around Parliament Hill. Through this program, we're also piloting and testing wood chips for use as a possible biomass fuel. The results will help determine the potential for using biomass fuels at other federal heating and cooling plants. The department will also meet sustainable performance standards and leadership in energy, environment, design, commonly referred to LEED and green globes. These performance standards encourage use of green products and materials with life cycle impacts that are economical, socially, and environmentally preferable. As amended, C-354 supports our efforts to reduce greenhouse gas effects, supports the Canadian forestry industry, and ensures the integrity and fairness and open, transparent procurement process. I would encourage my colleagues to support this bill as amended. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in this House to oppose Bill C-354, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, the use of wood. I want to start by saying that I've always been a strong supporter of using wood in construction of public buildings. And as the former mayor of Fort St. John, BC, I always pushed for the use of wood products in the development of new municipal buildings, and I was proud that my council supported the similar actions. For example, Fort St. John was one of the communities granted a Olympic Legacy project by the British Columbia government. We decided to build what we called the Enerplex, which was completed in 2009 and was designed to reflect the community, create a lasting legacy, and continues to shape the city. It's a large recreational facility that promotes sports, community, and personal wellness, as well as provides an attractive venue for events. Our council focused on a building facility that would have a low carbon footprint, and the city continues to take measures to improve the facility's environmental measures. The Enerplex has exterior building panels that are rated very high in efficiency. The electric motors were designed with energy conservative pony motors. An entire facility employs a computerized building control to help control and minimize energy consumption. Everything was considered, right from the lights to the ceiling down to motion sensor sinks. The complex even has the ability to capture 75% of its waste heat, which is used to heat the domestic hot water and spectators area. To reflect our economy and the beautiful forests surrounding the Peace River region, we had wooden columns and arches added to the front of the building as a design feature. This was inspired in part by the Beijing Olympic facilities where Canadian teams were housed. They used British Columbia wood to highlight Canada's landscape and to honor our forest industry. I have been there, and it's a dramatic piece of design and architecture. We made sure Fort St. John's Enerplex was built with the best cost-effective and efficient materials available to us in our specific region of Canada. Had we been located in southern Ontario, I'm sure the design and materials used would have been very different. Bill C-354 would amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act to require that in awarding a certain federal contract, preference will be given to projects that promote the use of wood. Now, do we really need an act to mandate the use of wood in construction, maintenance, or repair of public works real property? Well, I completely support, again, the forest industry. There are a number of problems associated with this bill. It disregards the fact that there are large regional differences across Canada. What makes sense to use for building materials in one region might be completely unviable in another. For example, I noticed that there are far more houses built with brick in Ontario. When I fly back to Alberta, I see lumber used in our construction. Bill C-354 would favour the economies of certain regions over others. It's direct contravention of the mission of Public Works and Government Services Canada, which is to apply an open, fair, and transparent procurement process in order to obtain the best possible value for the government. It could result in job losses in the concrete and steel industries, which would be an economic situation. But may not necessarily be new growth, but other sectors could lose contracts and be unable to continue working in the construction sector as concrete, stone, or steel is discarded in favour of wood. The province of British Columbia and Quebec have both adopted wood-first policies. I think British Columbia in 2012, Madam Speaker, and Quebec in 2013. I was glad to see that it made sense for those regions, and approximately 40 Canadian communities with strong economical ties to the forest industry have also implemented their own wood-first policies. Madam Speaker, I believe this decision must remain at the local and regional levels. When you apply this kind of sweeping mandate to the federal level, it pits region against each other as well as disrupts the National Building Code. Speaking of the National Building Code, which is a model building code that forms the basis for all of our provincial building codes, would certainly be impacted by this legislation. For most construction under federal jurisdiction, the National Building Code of Canada is the applicable code. These properties, including military bases, federal government, land, airports, properties that stretch right across our country from coast to coast. Bill C-354 does not take into consideration these far-reaching implications and makes no attempt to identify or remedy them. The bill also does not address any safety issues that might arise from giving preferential treatment to wood over other construction materials. Most wood building construction is limited to low to mid-sized structures, mainly for reasons of fire safety and overall stability. As stated by the BC Chamber of Commerce, this would limit and undermine the freedom of design, professionals and experienced contractors to select the most appropriate construction material for its intended function and service. End of quote. Madam Speaker, I strongly support our forest industry, and I appreciate the enormous value it provides to the Canadian economy. In my own riding of Yellowhead, which is situated partly in the northern boreal forest of Alberta and into the Rocky Mountains, forestry is one of our leading economic sectors. It employs hundreds, thousands of people in Hinton, Drayton Valley, Edson, and surrounding areas. And I continue to fight for the action on mountain pine beetle that is spreading across the Rocky Mountains and into Alberta, destroying the forests along its way. I am fully aware of the economic value of the forestry industry and the efforts necessary to protect this renewable resource. The federal government, however, wood-first policy should be left, again, up to the regional governments to implement where it makes sense for them. The federal government should not be pitting one economic region against another. Instead, it is the duty of the federal government to ensure openness and fairness in its procurement policy approach to all industries. Furthermore, Bill C-354 would contravene Canada's obligation under its international and domestic trade agreements, such as NAFTA, WTO, and the Agreement on Internal Trade. Favouring one sector of construction industry over another with explicit ministerial preference runs counter to the free market economy and fair bidding process supported by Conservatives. Under the former Conservative government, investments were made to improve environmental performance and competitiveness of Canada's forest industry by focusing on innovation and new products developed to expand market opportunities for Canadian pulp and paper-related products. We also introduced the Expanded Market Opportunities Program in 2013, which was designed to help create a thriving forest sector by growing international markets, promoting Canadian forest products as an environmentally responsible choice, expanding wood use in North America, non-residential and mid-rise construction, and by demonstrating that Canada is a world leader in sustainable forest management and a preferred source of sustainable forest products. At the same time, we have always been fully supportive of the free market and fair federal project bidding process. We understand that policy interjections by the federal government to tip the scales in favor of one industry can have damaging effects on other sectors of the economy. What has the Liberal government done? Well, let's just take a look. They let the softwood lumber agreement, which provided stability and predictability for the industry on both sides of the border, expire in October 2015. Now our forest companies continue to be harmed by U.S. contravening duties on Canadian softwood products. Madam Speaker, there are always ways the Liberals could step up to the plate and assist the forest industry, but Bill C-354 isn't one of them. The federal government should not mandate the use of wood over other industry. This would be the same if the government wanted to mandate steel over wood. We should leave it up to the regional, provincial, and municipal governments to decide rather than forcing an expensive and unnecessarily regulatory review of each province's building code, not to mention the potential legal challenges from non-wood construction sectors that would pile on additional government costs. And in closing, Madam Speaker, all considered, I do not support Bill 354, and I urge the member from South Okanagan and West Kootenay to seriously reevaluate the impacts this bill will have on Canada. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
As a Member of Parliament proud to represent the fine forest-based community in Nanaimo Ladysmith at the foundation of our community and still a driver of so many jobs in the region, I'm very pleased to support the bill proposed by my friend and colleague, the member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, Bill C-354, which is an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act to create room in the public procurement process for building with wood and achieving the climate change and the climate change savings and also the local economy benefits of building more with wood. On Vancouver Island, there are more than 100 small and medium value-added wood businesses that are manufacturing on Vancouver Island. It's over 1,100 employees altogether on Vancouver Island, a major economic driver. And this is borne out every year in reports by the Vancouver Island Economic Alliance. Very committed to value-added forestry and to adding jobs in every opportunity that we get. If we're going to cut the trees, we may as well create jobs and get more value-added benefits at home. Specifically in my community, Coastland Wood Industries since 1988 has been a real value-added innovator. It's North America's #1 manufacturer of plywood veneer and also fence posts. So who knew, after you peel the logs repeatedly and repeatedly to get the veneer off, what remains is a perfectly sized fence post. And so Nanaimo, who knew, #1 manufacturer of fence posts in North America. Also an extremely strong, committed employer. The partnerships that Coastland has with Nanaimo First Nation are a model for businesses across the country. They're working to employ and train Nanaimo youth. They're very committed to their partnerships around land and being a good neighbor. And they also have a firewood program to help Nanaimo elders. Another example of value-added forestry. It's so encouraging. Also in our community, both Timber West and Island Timberlands, major drivers of a lot of good community work, very important community partners, and I look forward to getting out on the land with them this summer and looking at some of the marmot recovery projects that they're helping to fund. Western Forest Products in Nanaimo and in Ladysmith, a lot of people go to work at these mills, and they are milling red cedar, Douglas fir, hem fir, yellow cedar, Sitka spruce. So from a big region coming in into our riding and adding that value. Harmac Pacific Mill, a number of years ago, purchased by its employees, largely employee-owned. They are using residual wood waste from their pulp mill to generate renewable energy, enough to power 18,000 homes. And again, at heart of the economy, good unionized jobs and employee ownership as well. They're a real point of pride in our community. And another really nice partnership on the value-added forestry side, Vancouver Island University's carpentry program. They've got really strong partnerships with Nanaimo CBHA and other local contractors, the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners Local 527. They also work really well with City of Nanaimo building officials. And my favorite partnership with Habitat for Humanity, Vancouver Island carpentry students got their kind of practicum or their credits. Instead of building a fake building that they frame and build up and then have to tear down, they worked with Habitat for Humanity to build new affordable housing in Nanaimo, which was just opened a year or so ago. To have those students who had done everything from framing to the heavy equipment operators having cleared the site, the interior decorators having finished off the homes. It was such a point of pride, and I'm so grateful to VIU for helping these young carpentry students get invested from the very beginning in building for affordable housing. And so all of this value-added work and local expertise fits so well with the intention of my colleagues' legislation, and as well, all the ground is very well prepared by municipal governments and by the provincial government in British Columbia. In my riding of Nanaimo, Ladysmith Town Council passed a resolution in December 2010 saying, whereas BC's forest industry has been and will continue to be an integral part of the social, economic and business life of the town of Ladysmith, whereas the BC government has passed a Wood First Act to facilitate a culture of wood by requiring use of wood as the primary material in all provincially funded buildings in a manner consistent with the BC Building Code, and whereas the Town Council of City of Town of Ladysmith deems that building with wood is consistent with natural resource, economic and social stability, be it resolved that the town of Ladysmith will continue to support the development of its wood culture by being a wood champion and supporting the Wood First Act, ensuring the performance of wood systems and products are considered wherever appropriate in all municipal buildings to maximize the achievement of Ladysmith's civic green building policy, ensuring that municipal infrastructure projects receiving provincial or wood industry financial support employ the appropriate architectural use of wood, and finally, ensuring that where possible, preference is given to the use of domestic wood. And so my colleague from South Okanagan, West Kootenay's legislation is the federal chapter of this work that has moved from local business to local municipality to our provincial government in British Columbia and now into the federal realm to boost the use of wood in federally funded infrastructure projects and institutional buildings. And there's so much support for this. Forest Products Association of Canada has estimated that a 100,000 square foot wood building would store 5,300 tons of CO2 and would also contribute 2,100 metric tons of avoided greenhouse gas emissions. This net carbon benefit in a single building is equal to taking 1,400 cars off the road for a year. That's Forest Products Association of Canada. We also have climate change. The Canadian Climate Forum has also lauded the use of the engineering innovations that have allowed us to build tall wood buildings. They say the potential exists to construct low-carbon emission skyscrapers using mass wood, large wood veneers and beams made from glued laminated wood veneer strands or timber. I had a great presentation from the British Columbia Pacific Institute for Climate Solutions. They, in a whole bunch of ways that they want to see governments amend their forestry policies, they plug very hard the benefits of storage of carbon in wood products. If you put your wood into paper, it doesn't last very long. If you put it into big laminated beams and then build it into our institutions, which will last for decades and decades, that you are both benefiting local economy and jobs, but you are also anchoring in climate change savings. And so I support my colleague's bill. It would require the Government of Canada to consider using wood products when building, maintaining, or repairing federally owned buildings. Decisions as to which construction materials would be used would be based both on cost but also on a climate calculation. And the challenge to date, although the technology is proven and we've got good examples, the challenge has been getting builders and those procuring building materials to really seriously consider wood as a structural material, not just a finishing material. And this bill, if passed by this House, and it really looks like it will be passed, is to force the federal government to consider wood when building, to make an honest assessment of the potential materials, and then build with what's best. And as the largest procurer in Canada, the federal government could give this sector a real boost by using this cutting-edge technology at home. The only concern that I've heard is on the firefighting side, and I might be able to talk about that more in questions. I'm certainly cognizant of what I've heard some firefighters in my community say, but I'm confident that from an engineering perspective and the reassurance we've been given at committee, that we're in good hands, and I so look forward to seeing this House move forward in a good way on this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, I'm very proud to be here to support this project, or this new bill, C-354, which is sponsored by the South Okanagan West Kootenay member. It's an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act and the use of wood. Now, this bill would amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act to require that in the awarding of certain contracts, preference would be given to projects that promote the use of wood. And I'm very proud to be here in order to support this bill. The purpose of the bill is to give preference to projects to promote the use of wood when awarding contracts for federal construction, maintenance, or repair job projects, while taking into account the associated costs and reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. The amendments to the bill align with the government's stated principles for procurement process and ensure compliance with Canada's Free Trade Agreement. The amendment asks that the minister consider the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions that may allow the use of wood or any other suitable material, product, or resource to achieve this benefit. Now, two similar iterations of this bill have been previously seen in this House, but they have been defeated. Bill C-429, introduced by the Bloc Québécois in 2010, was defeated at report stage in 2010 in December 15th. And Bill C-574, introduced by Bloc Québécois MP Claude Patry in 2014, was defeated at second reading on December 3rd, 2014. I'm proud that our government has the following framework and policy programs in place that will promote sustainable construction, including significant investments to strategically support the forestry sector, Madam Speaker. One of those is the Forestry Bioeconomy Framework. In September 2017, the Canadian Council of Forest Ministers launched the framework to make Canada a global leader in the use of forest biomass for advanced bioproducts and innovative solutions. The framework focuses on creating green jobs, enhancing supply and demand, and supporting innovation in the forestry sector. We have also put forward the Green Construction Through Wood GC Wood program. In September 2017, the government announced the GC Wood program to encourage greater use of wood in construction projects in Canada. We want to catalyze a broader awareness of and domestic capacity for innovative tall wood buildings, timber bridges, and low-rise wood commercial buildings. Building with wood offers many, many benefits, including GHG emission reductions and opportunities for greater economic growth. Another program that we have put forward in our government is the assistance package for the forest industry. In June of 2017, the government announced its continued support for the softwood lumber industry in the form of $867 million assistance package for the forestry industry, the workers, and communities impacted by recent tariffs imposed by the United States unfairly. We also put forward the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change. This framework, adopted in 2016, is a comprehensive plan to reduce emissions across all sectors of the economy, accelerate clean economic growth, and build resilience to the impacts of climate change, which I know all of us believe in here in the House. The framework's actions, supported by the announcements in Budget 2017, will enable Canada to meet or even exceed its targets to reduce emissions by 30% below 2005 levels by 2030. This is important for our children and especially my children. Under the framework, our government has committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions from the federal government buildings and fleets by 40% below 2005 levels by 2030. These actions include collaboration between federal, provincial, and territorial governments to encourage the increased use of wood products in construction, including through updated building codes. Natural Resources Canada received $39.8 million over 4 years through the 2017 budget to support projects and activities that increase the use of wood as a greener substitute material in the infrastructure projects, and to promote the use of wood in construction and create new markets for sustainable Canadian products. We have also been leaders on this side of the House compared to a former government to put in place tools to assess environmental impacts. We have committed to assessing the environmental impacts of construction projects. Public Services and Procurement Canada is committed to the use of industry-recognized assessment tools for high environmental performance. These tools will help the department make informed decisions to estimate the environmental impact of construction materials and their use in building projects. Any amendment made to the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act must be made in accordance with Canada's free trade agreements and abide by the government's procurement principles of fairness, openness, transparency, competition, and integrity. We have heard there are people who are afraid that this may cost jobs, Madam Speaker. And while I agree sometimes when change happens, it can be fearful, and sometimes we may fear the future, what I have seen in Quebec when I used to live in Quebec City was beautiful projects which actually increased the amount of jobs in the forestry industry. For instance, in Quebec City, in a neighborhood where I lived when I was serving in the Canadian Armed Forces, in Neuchâtel, they built a soccer complex for the young people and also the adults. And in this soccer complex, it was entirely built of wood, a gigantic structure with gigantic beams, very, very thick and very, very solid. Some said, well, you shouldn't build with wood. But incredibly enough, the mayor showed some leadership in Quebec City, Regis Lebaume. And they even built their new Coliseum, or what some have sometimes called the Ice Cube, which uses an awful lot of wood, because this is a Canadian product. This is something that we have a lot of here in Canada. And this actually allows us to create more jobs because it makes sure that construction projects can perhaps be cheaper, so that more people can build homes, build large-scale structures, which are as structurally sound as any that you might find made of steel or concrete. Now, I had the opportunity of attending the Committee for Government Public Works and listening to testimony surrounding this bill. And I was surprised to hear of the support not only coming from people in the forestry industry, but also in the engineering trades. People who said, yes, we can use this material, and we can demonstrate here in Canada that you can build with our wood, and then perhaps we can create markets overseas to show that the building codes are just as strong. We can make sure that we build jobs here in our country. And this is important to build jobs here in our country in many of the rural areas where the forestry products, the primary resources, are found, because there are also Indigenous people who would like to work. And if we can use more of these resources in a sustainable manner, if we can use things which are renewable, then this will be better for Mother Nature, this will be better for the earth, this will be better for all of us and all of our children in the long term. And so I am very proud to be here to offer my support to the member from South Okanagan and the West Kootenay for his bill and his leadership on this issue. I'm very proud of the work that goes on in Winnipeg and in Manitoba in support of the forestry industry. And I know all of my colleagues from Manitoba are also very supportive of the forestry industry. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Tapwe akikitwam hai hai.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm incredibly proud to be here today speaking on Bill C-354, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, use of wood. I want to thank the member of South Okanagan, West Kootenay for working so hard on this bill. I appreciate that he understands the importance of the forestry sector and the economy, and in terms of the environmental sustainability it can provide. For the good people of North Island Powell River, who I have the pleasure of representing, this bill would require the Government of Canada to give consideration to the use of wood products when building, maintaining, or repairing federally owned properties. Decisions as to which construction materials to use would take into account the costs of the different materials balanced with the greenhouse gas footprint of the materials. After this assessment, the government can decide whether it is best to use wood or other materials. For the riding that I represent, it has a long history in the forestry sector. We have moved through the boom and bust cycles, have become more environmentally sustainable and creative in the many uses of wood. The days of the many mill towns that I used to represent have ended in our riding. We simply do not have the mills that we used to. Secondary processing is happening in small community businesses. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, many people are frustrated as we watch raw logs floating on barges down the ocean. Once we processed them, and many of those good-paying jobs stayed in our region, and they are simply no longer there. This bill is asking the government to recognize the many difficulties that the forestry sector has faced over the past 20 years. Great advances have been made in tall wood construction, and it is now possible to construct large, safe wood buildings. It can be done quickly and economically. Madam Speaker, when we build with wood products, we know we lower the GHG emissions and we sequester more carbon than with other products. This is so important when we look at the GHG targets Canada has agreed to in the Paris Agreement. The Government of Canada is the largest procurer in Canada. The federal government can give this sector a real boost by using this cutting-edge technology here at home. Forestry communities are largely small, rural, and Indigenous communities like the many that I represent. They work hard and know that the forestry is key to their economic and social development. These communities have had to be incredibly flexible and embrace massive changes very rapidly as the forestry industry has changed. What I think is so important about this bill is it means addressing the reality that wood does not currently enjoy even access to consideration in the market, and that similar policies in British Columbia and Quebec have made real strides in correcting this trend. Because, Madam Speaker, after over 2 decades of the Canadian forestry sector facing significant economic challenges, the response has been to come up with greater innovations and advances in technology that changes and increases what can be done with building with wood. Here is the challenge, though: getting builders and those procuring building construction to consider wood as a structural material for part or all of these projects. Madam Speaker, this is why this bill is really asking the federal government to take the lead on opening up doors and opportunities for the forestry industry. And I can promise you that this is very important to ridings like mine who are so integrated in the forestry sector. Madam Speaker, I believe that David Foster, Director of Communications, Canadian Home Builders Association, said it best. Quote, "When we recently saw that with 6-story wood frame construction, which moved from a curiosity into something that is fully embraced by our industry, I know there is huge interest in particularly cross-laminated construction. Every conference that I go to of our association, somebody has shown us amazing pictures of these buildings. It is really important in the cycle from when an innovation is developed to when it is in full commercial application. From our point of view, that's a process of de-risking something, and often it takes partnerships, it takes government encouraging and facilitating the transfer." End quote. Mr. Speaker, it is so important that the government take a leadership role in de-risking this area. We need to see these opportunities building. We know it's so important for so many communities. And this is not about making wood something that is more prominent than the other areas. It is really about giving an even playing field and allowing this sector to actually play in this way. Madam Speaker, on May the 16th, I will be traveling to Port McNeill in my riding to celebrate the inaugural Forestry Proud Day event. People from forestry companies, contractors and consultants, forestry educators, First Nations, training organizers, local government, provincial government, and so many more will be there to celebrate the importance of this industry. It is a significant community event in our area. And I know that across my riding, be it the communities of Zabala, Swass, Campbell River, Tassus, Gold River, Port Hardy, Port McNeil, Powell River, just to name a few, forestry has always been a part of the culture, the economy, and the community. It has had to change rapidly with the times. I think of the program in WAS right now, a 12-week fundamentals in forestry program with 12 students that is going very well, according to Pat English, Manager of Economic Development for the Regional District of Mount Waddington. These programs are so incredibly important to small communities because they not only help retain the young people in the community, it also helps attract young people to see the opportunities that are there. These programs really allow young people to come, to stay in the small communities where the industry is so much still alive. It is so important, Madam Speaker, that the government remember all sectors, that they remember that small communities are working hard every day to provide opportunities and maintain stability in their communities. I am so happy to be here today to speak on this bill and to speak in support of this bill. It's time that we remember forestry economies, we remember those communities, and we provide those opportunities for them to move forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It gives me great pride to rise today in support of Bill C-354, proposed by the member of South Okanagan, West Kootenay. And because I'm pretty sure there are a few mountains in that part of Canada, and because I made a promise to a childhood friend, which I couldn't keep, I do want to congratulate Casey Sharp, who won the gold medal as a freestyle skier, whose aunt I went to school with in Winnipeg at childhood, and I said I would say hi, and I couldn't find her. She was mobbed by everyone, so congratulations. Back to the bill. It is a bill that makes so much sense on so many levels. And besides being one of the most well-liked members in the House, my colleague is also a renowned natural historian, the author of a dozen award-winning books on the natural history of British Columbia. The member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, was also named Biologist of the Year in 1996 and has served on the board of the Nature Conservancy of Canada and worked with Bird Studies Canada, coordinating surveys on the status of birds. Anyone can see that the member's credentials are both impressive and credible. It is therefore unsurprising that his private member's bill would be proposed and promote the use of a renewable resource, which we have in abundance, while at the same time reducing our carbon footprint. At a time when our planet's evolution, when climate change is wreaking havoc on communities across the globe, while governments are struggling to meet their emission targets and to make the shift towards more sustainable industries, this bill is a common-sense solution that will help Canada do more and do better to meet our own emission reduction goals. Canada is and always has been a land of forests. Around the world, we are renowned for our natural beauty and our natural resources. You can hardly find a picture of Canada without seeing majestic forests, except, of course, when you're looking at a beautiful picture of the prairies, Madam Speaker. The bounty from our forests have supported for centuries of the first peoples of this land, the earliest settlers. It has helped build towns, turn them into cities. It's built our railroads, our telegraph, our telephone poles, so much more to connect Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Our forests have given us so much. They have allowed us to be a world leader in pulp and paper production, spurring development in northern and rural communities, providing jobs and livelihoods for generations of Canadians and the raw material for a publishing industry for decades. And through it all, our forests continue to provide for us a way to commune with nature, to marvel at its magnificence and the diversity of life that we've been blessed with here in Canada. Bill C-354 simply proposes that the Government of Canada give consideration to the use of wood products when building, maintaining, or repairing federally owned properties. Decisions as to which construction materials to use would take into account the costs of the different materials balanced with the greenhouse gas footprint of the materials. After this assessment, the government can decide whether it is best to use wood or other materials. Testimony before the Natural Resources Committee demonstrated that wood does not currently enjoy even so much as access to consideration in the market, but that similar policies in British Columbia and Quebec have led to the realization that the situation could be and should be corrected. In fact, in France and Finland and Netherlands, along with more than 50 municipalities in British Columbia, have brought in similar policies. Great advances have been made in tall wood construction, and it is now possible to construct large, safe wood buildings quickly and economically. Building with wood produces lower greenhouse gas emissions and sequesters more carbon than with other products, and so can help Canada reach our greenhouse gas emission targets under the Paris Agreement. Innovations and emerging technologies like those that allow and encourage environmentally responsible and sustainable construction will ensure the future health of the forestry sector. As the largest procurer in Canada, the federal government can play a constructive role by using this cutting-edge technology right here at home. If we can continue to build our prosperity by using materials growing in our own backyard, so to speak, and by doing so, reduce harmful emissions to ensure the health of our planet, why wouldn't we, Madam Speaker? I would like to end by thanking my colleague, the member of South Okanagan West Kootenay, for his fine work, and by urging all members to support Bill C-354, which represents a win-win-win for the forestry sector, for Canada, and of course for our planet. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay has a right of reply of 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin by thanking once again the members of the Natural Resources Committee for their collegial work on Bill C-354, and to the Parliamentary Secretary of Natural Resources and the Parliamentary Secretary for Public Works and Government Services for their cooperative approach. And I'd also like to give a shout out to Structurlam in Penticton. This company is really the inspiration of this bill for me. They and very few other companies stand at the forefront of the new way that we will be constructing buildings and other infrastructure in the future. Engineered wood, mass timber construction, glue-lam beams, cross-laminated timber panels will all soon be known as one of the commonest and best ways to create large buildings in the world. Canada is a world leader in this technology. We are at a place now where government procurement can play a critical role in growing Canadian companies that use this technology, and Bill C-354 can encourage that role. Now, I'd like to remind members that this bill was amended in committee to deal with some of the concerns raised in second reading debate, and I'm especially thinking of the Conservatives here who, in this debate, in third reading, seems to be debating the old version of the bill where there was clear word for preference and things like that. All those issues have been cleared up with the amendment that we brought forward in committee. Earlier, some were concerned that a preference for wood in infrastructure would expose us to international trade disputes, or it would distort the market, making it harder for the cement and steel industries to compete for government infrastructure. That's gone from this bill. This bill, as amended, deals with those concerns while keeping references to the environmental benefits of various structural materials. There's no mention of a preference for any structural material in the new bill. In fact, it simply sets out that, and I quote, "The minister shall consider any reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and any other environmental benefits and may allow the use of wood or any other thing, including a material, product, or sustainable resource that achieves such benefits." Now, we naturally heard strong support for the bill from the forest industry when studying the bill in committee. We also heard from the cement and steel industries, and both testified that they were confident that they could meet those environmental considerations in full life cycle analyses. We also heard from the National Research Council that large buildings made with engineered wood are as safe as steel and concrete buildings when it comes to fire safety. Madam Speaker, this bill will support the forest and construction industries and keep them at the head of their sectors as the world moves toward a new way of building. We all know that the forest industry is facing headwinds in the form of unfair tariffs and a declining fiber supply. Engineered wood can support the industry in the face of these challenges, allowing Canadian wood to be sold into the U.S. without softwood tariffs, and the value-added benefits will create more good jobs for every piece of lumber that we produce. It will promote the construction of beautiful, environmentally friendly, and safe buildings. And in closing, I'd just like to once again thank all of those who have supported this bill as it moved through the House, and I urge all members to support it once again when it comes to a vote. Thank you.
The question is as follows. Mr. Canning, seconded by Mr. Stetsky, move that Bill C-354, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, use of wood, be now read a third time and do pass.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
Que tous ceux qui s'y opposent.
All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis, les noms l'emportent.
In my view, the nays have it.
Conformément à l'article 80.
Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the deferred recorded division is deferred until May 23rd, 2018, at the time immediately preceding private manager's business.
À ce moment-ci, conformément à
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
The Liberals promised pay equity 42 years ago. That was Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau, and then promised again in 2016 with no rationale at all for the delay. A unanimous all-party committee in 2016 called for pay equity legislation by June 2017. Here we are, almost a year later, and still no legislation. All the women's organizations who testified at committee all said there's no reason for delay. And they said repeatedly, justice delayed is justice denied. The Labour Minister said in December 2017, our consultations on how to do this are over. They are over. And still, we have no pay equity legislation in this House. The budget in the document said that pay equity is essential for women's economic justice, but the budget had no money for pay equity. Barb Byers, the former Treasurer Secretary of the Canadian Labour Congress, said, quote, "Let us also be mindful that women have been waiting for longer than 14 years. We've been waiting for decades and decades, and while we wait, the debt owed to those who are caught in the wage gap continues to mount," end quote. So my team asked the Library of Parliament to calculate what the cost of that debt was. And that's over the 2004 until 2017. That's because it was in 2004 that the previous Liberal government had a pay equity task force, had legislation, but never moved on it. So the Library of Parliament calculated that this period, the wage theft to Canadian women is equivalent to $678 billion in wages. That figure represents about 33% of the gross domestic product in 2015. That's a colossal theft. Now, 14 years have passed since the Pay Equity Task Force called for pay equity legislation. In all those years, $678 billion more in Canadian women's pockets. Okay, so no legislation, no money in the 2018 budget. Last year, the alternative federal budget put together by progressive NGOs across the country under the banner of the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, they said $10 million a year would fund pay equity. And they recommended it in last year's budget. Nothing. The Canadian Labour Congress in this year's budget asked, at a minimum, can the federal government please fund establishment of a pay equity commissioner and the office and the infrastructure that you would need to implement legislation once it comes. Again, nothing, no funds to implement pay equity. So my question to the minister's representative through you, Madam Chair, without funding for the implementation of pay equity, why does the government continue to delay justice, and how much longer will women have to wait to be paid equally for work of equal value?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member of also Nanaimo Smith for raising this issue. Our government strongly believes in the principle of equal pay for work of equal value regardless of gender. Cependant, Madame la Présidente, comme vous le savez,
However, as you know, that's not the reality. No matter how you measure it, women continue to be paid less than men. According to a recent Stats Can Labour Force survey, every dollar earned by a man in Canada in 2017, a woman earned only 88.5 cents on the dollar. We know that the government needs to take action, and that's exactly what we are doing. Through Budget 2018, we reiterated our commitment to delivering on pay equity in the federal jurisdiction and to table new proactive pay equity legislation before the end of 2018. When Canadian women can count on equal pay for work of equal value, our economy grows stronger, families prosper, and communities thrive.
on average, women and men in federally regulated sector receive the same pay for work of equal value. Madame la Présidente, nous savons que cela a pris un peu de temps.
Madam Speaker, we know that this is a long time coming. However, we must recognize that pay equity reform is complex. Models of proactive pay equity systems currently exist, and we can learn from those. But we need to deliver pay equity reform that works for the diverse types of workplaces found in the federal jurisdiction, ranging from the public service to small businesses. Madam Speaker, we want to make sure that we implement well-designed, effective policies that deliver positive results.
Approach will require employers to regularly review their wage system, identify inequalities between men and women, and take action to eliminate them. De cette façon, nous présenterons aux Canadiens une réforme.
In this way, we will present Canadians with balanced, meaningful, and effective pay equity reform. To achieve this, we promised Canadians that we would introduce legislation on pay equity before the end of 2018. And, Madam Speaker, we intend to do just that. In 2016, a special committee on pay equity was appointed. They produced a report along with a number of recommendations, including the recommendation to seek the views of stakeholders in developing new legislation. Madam Speaker, that's exactly what we did. We consulted a number of stakeholders. In moving forward on pay equity reform, new legislation will draw on the valuable feedback gathered through our consultations. And there will be zero tolerance to workplace violence and harassment, because we know that while anyone can be affected by workplace harassment or violence, women are more likely to experience these behaviors than men. And we know that these behaviors can have a detrimental effect on the careers and futures of these women.
Haiti, where the contribution of women are recognized and valued, and where everyone is treated fairly regardless of their gender. And achieving pay equity in the federal jurisdiction is also an important part of that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
It's so frustrating how the rhetoric of the government so does not line up with their legislative or their spending priorities. You know, the member has just described in every detail. I mean, I could have given that speech myself, except for the finish, which has no action associated with it. So women are not going to get any benefit of pay equity until after the next election, if the government actually follows through and keeps its word. We were urged at the Status of Women Committee by the Canadian Federation of Nurses Unions, the largest nursing organization in Canada, representing 200,000 nurses, They're largely female. It is largely a gendered industry. They said important first step for economic justice for women in Canada would be to implement the 2004 Pay Equity Task Force recommendations. Why is this government so slow to act?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps the Honourable Member didn't hear my remarks, but I will reiterate. We will be putting forth legislation this fall. We have said it several times. I believe the member has heard that several times. And we will be putting in place well-designed, effective policies that deliver positive results. That's exactly what we're doing, Madam Speaker. For example, we'll be strengthening home care, flexible work arrangements, and the legislation will be put forth in the fall, Madam Speaker. Now, perhaps the Honourable Member opposite didn't hear my comments, but we will be proceeding with that. It is a very clear commitment that our government made.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, last Friday, May 4th, right here, I raised the issue of the Liberal cover-up of the carbon tax to the Public Safety Minister. I explained, Madam Speaker, how this tax would lead to severe negative economic consequences for my province of Saskatchewan, and I might add, the Minister is also from Saskatchewan, and how it will reduce Saskatchewan's international competitiveness as an energy exporter. As you know, we have many oil companies in our province of Saskatchewan. They are competing directly with the United States. Madam Speaker, the tax increase of this size and of this scale affects everyone in my province. In fact, everyone in the country. The carbon tax is everyone's business. Why then is this Liberal government refusing to offer any accountability to Canadians by withholding information on the cost that this carbon tax will have on our families in Saskatchewan? Families are going to see, and we know this, their heating prices go up. Families, and we know this, will be faced with the prospect of higher price for gasoline. 11.5% is the speculation, Madam Speaker, and families which will see more of their own money disappear due to the policies of this government and this Prime Minister. We already know the Prime Minister could care less, Madam Speaker, because he's a multimillionaire. But this affects the first-class citizens of my province and our country. The people that go to work, not only 8 to 4 or 9 to 5 or 3 to midnight or midnight to 8 in the morning, this tax will affect every man, woman and child in my province of Saskatchewan. How can Canadians, for an example, hold this government account to critical information on the carbon tax, which they will be forced to pay coming September, is withheld from them? The people of Saskatchewan deserve transparency. They deserve it from the Public Service Minister right from the city of Regina. And they deserve to know the truth about the cost of this legislation coming from the federal government. However, these Liberals continue to fail to afford them any basic respect at all, and instead have chosen to withhold this information despite multiple requests for information which have been filed from our party. We talked to the Public Safety Minister, we talked to the Finance Minister, we talked to the Environment Minister. We get absolutely no answers on what this carbon tax will cost Canadians, and including those from my province of Saskatchewan. So this kind of behaviour from the government signals it has no intention at all, Madam Speaker, of having an open debate on the carbon tax or its costs on Canadians and on our economy. My province of Saskatchewan understands the critical negative impact at which it's at stake. They're going to take this carbon tax all the way to the Supreme Court. They are the only jurisdiction in this country that have stand tall against this federal government. So, Madam Speaker, my question to the Minister, why won't he defend my province of Saskatchewan give us the numbers on the carbon tax cover-up. People of my province from Saskatchewan deserve the numbers.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians know polluting isn't free. Severe weather due to climate change is already costing Canadians billions of dollars a year in insurance costs. Across the country, Canadians have experienced firsthand devastating wildfires, extreme flooding, severe droughts, and stronger storms. Canadians overwhelmingly support action on climate change and a growing economy. We know pricing pollution works. It's a low-cost solution that fights climate change, encourages innovation, keeps our economy strong, and creates good middle-class jobs. According to the World Bank, nearly half of the world's economy is pricing pollution today, including China, California, and the EU. Canada's 5 major banks, along with many companies in the consumer's goods, energy, and resource development sectors, also support putting a price on pollution. A price on carbon pollution gives households and businesses a powerful incentive to save money by making choices like turning down the thermostat and taking transit, or investing in clean solutions like more efficient appliances and vehicles. We have released an analysis that shows that putting a price on pollution across Canada will significantly reduce carbon pollution while maintaining a strong and growing economy. Our analysis found that a price on carbon across Canada could reduce greenhouse gas emissions by up to 90 million tonnes in 2022. This is as much as taking 23 to 26 million cars off the road or shutting down 20 to 23 coal-fired power plants for a year. It also shows that carbon pricing reduces pollution without hurting Canada's GDP. National GDP is estimated to grow about 2% a year between now and 2022, with or without carbon pricing. This does not include the huge opportunity that clean innovation spurred by carbon pricing will have in helping Canadian companies create jobs and compete successfully in the global shift to cleaner growth, an opportunity the World Bank estimates will be worth $23 trillion globally between now and 2030. Real-world experience backs that up. Last year, the 4 provinces with a price on pollution, BC, Alberta, Quebec, and Ontario, led the country in economic growth. Putting a price on pollution will make Canada's economy stronger over time, help create new economic opportunities, and good middle-class jobs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last Friday, the Public Safety Minister boasted about a speech that he gave in the Regina, where he lives, on July 20th of 2017. And I'm going to quote one of the sections from his speech last July in the city of Regina. The revenue that comes directly from carbon pricing must go to the people of the province in which it's raised and not to Ottawa. Well, Madam Speaker, we have since found out that the government is going to keep the GST from carbon tax. That is not sharing with my province of Saskatchewan. So this is a false document that the Minister of Public Safety gave to the Canadian Club in his own city of Regina on July 20th of 2017. We've done some calculation alone, Madam Speaker, on gas. 43 billion litres was sold in 2016. So at $1 a litre, the government of the day would collect over $2 billion in taxes from the GST alone. And yet they're not sharing this. And yet it's all about transparency, Madam Speaker. So I ask the Parliamentary Secretary, why have you hidden the numbers and the GST numbers from Canadians?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Carbon pricing, as we know, is the key to any credible climate plan because it's a cost-effective way to significantly reduce pollution while driving clean innovation and creating new jobs. A price on carbon creates a powerful incentive to cut pollution. And it encourages people and businesses to save money by making cleaner choices like better insulating their homes or upgrading to more efficient equipment. Madam Speaker, carbon pricing is a foundation of Canada's Clean Growth and Climate Action Plan. 4 out of 5 Canadians live in jurisdictions that are already pricing carbon pollution today. By ensuring all parts of Canada price pollution at the same standard will help ensure we drive down our emissions and grow our economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 8, 2018.